Ένα δι... Δύο. Οπα. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο, ένα, δύο, ένα, δύο. Έχει υπόψη σου ότι πρέπει να σιφκώ λίγο κοντά μες στο μικρόφωνο για να με πιάει. Αλλά ύστερα ένα, δύο, ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα.
Τεστ, τεστ, 1-2, 1-2. Νάταλη, Νάταλη, 1-2, 1-2. Νάταλη, Νάταλη, τεστ, τεστ, 1-2. Τεστ, τεστ, 1-2. 1-2, Νάταλη, τεστ, τεστ, 1-2, 1-2. τεστ, 1-2, 1-2 Νάταλη, τεστ, 1-2, 1-2 Νάταλη, τεστ, 1-2, 1-2 Νάταλη, τεστ, 1-2. Τεστ, 1-2, 1-2. Καλησπέρα κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα. Τεστ, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 Νάταλη, τεστ, 1-2, 1-2, τεστ, 1-2 Νάταλη.
Τέλεια.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please make your way to your seats. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly, so please make your way to your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, football connects people in ways nothing else can. Good afternoon. My name is Denis Kazansky, and I'm a football commentator from Russia. And for me, it's a great honor to be with you today and tomorrow. Thank you for spending one of your most valuable resources, your time. Time to come here to this remarkable island, which has given the world so many myths and legends. And it is almost surprisingly why President of the United States of America, a great enthusiast of islands, has not yet taken an interest in it. One of the recent legends in Europe, though not a myth, has been the football club Pafos. In my language, Russian language, Pafos means something big and significant. And that is exactly what has happened. In the blink of an eye, Pafos has become something big and meaningful. We have seen the team play against Juventus and Bayern Munich, seen them came to Stamford Bridge and draw as much blood as Paris did a couple of days ago. However, we will celebrate Pafos' life and victories, but over these 2 days, we will talk about something different. At our summit, first of all, we will make up for our deficit of communication. This is the only way our world can learn to talk to each other and truly listen. In the world of football, we know how to do this, but we rarely practice it. These 2 days are a perfect opportunity for us. We will share knowledge and observation. And what is remarkable is this. All of it, it is not for someone to gain an advantage, although it's fair enough, but to make football a game stronger. A simple game has long since become more complex. Emotions have not got anywhere. Just watched matches of Champions League yesterday and the day before. But the understanding and accessibility of the game are slowly fading. Our goal here, our summit, is to make the complex simple and engaging for football people and for those who love the game within themselves, not themselves within the game. As a football commentator, I can speak for another 2 halves, since I have only just announced the lineups. But today, this stage belongs to, ladies and gentlemen, another level. Over the next 2 days, ideas will meet experience, and experience will challenge ideas. And if we do this right, we will all leave this room tomorrow, seeing football a little different from than before. Please pay attention to this QR code. You can see it. Via this magic, you can receive all the news of the summit. And the most important thing, our presentation will be there. You could see them all there. So let me introduce the first speaker. It's better to say the most important person in the world of Cyprus football, maybe in the world of football as well. The boss of the summit and the main football developer of this island. Chairman of Pafos FC, Roman Dubov.
Good morning to everyone. First, I want to say thank you very much to everyone, to be here. Thank you very much, for Caps and George, who host us here. Thank you very much to our sponsors who make that event happen. Thank you to my team, and the biggest things, thank you very much, for all of you, to be here. Before we will go, then talk a little bit, about the future, and before we will touch any topics, I want to talk a little bit the personal, myself. I remember myself, the child, when I was 6, 7 years old, that was the 45 years ago, I want to be in a sport. Doesn't matter, what type of the role I will have in the sport. I just want to be in a sport. Over the 45 years gone, very quickly, and I have that privilege, to work pretty much in every single position in the sport. I've been, you know, the chairman of the football club. I've been the chairman of the hockey club. You know, I work in the Formula One. I've been chairman of the World Rally Championship. I've been investor. I've been sponsor. I've been manager. And, you know, I try everything, you know, and I understand, you know, and as well, you know, I've been in a winning changing rooms, you know, and I've been, you know, in the teams where everything go wrong, you know, but the most important things I learned from the both sides of the business and from the every position, you know, the sport, the football, and not only football, it's a business. And that is the most important part, you know, which one we will talk today, and tomorrow we will discuss, you know, where the sport will be in the future. Is it any future, you know, of the sport, or will that stay, you know, in the same place? Out of the first 15 years, you know, when I've been on the managing roles, you know, it was quite simple, you know, the football and the sport in that time, it was very simple. 4 sources of the revenue, you know, you need to bring the people on the stadium and you need to sell the players, you know. Since that, you know, it started to be more complex, you know, it started to be growing very quickly. And now, you know, the most important part, you know, as well in myself, you know, I understand. I learn a little bit sport, and I'm start to invest, you know, in a sport. And in the last, you know, the 10 years, you know, I make the step, you know, and start investing, you know, in a different companies, you know. Now in total sport portfolio, we have around 60 different companies, you know, and now I start to understand everything what I know before, it doesn't work anymore, you know. You need to be in a trend, you need to see what is going on, and you need to see how the world has changed. And because most of the people here, you know, from the football industry, you know, we just need to understand the sport and the football will evolving in the next couple of years, you know. And first, and the most important part, it's completely data-driven business now. I remember, you know, when I've been, you know, the president of the Portsmouth many years ago, and my coach, it was the Harry Redknapp, you know, then I came, you know, to him, you know, with the first data analysis from the company in that time, it's called Instat. And I said to him, Harry, listen, that is the data we can see, you know, how many passes players doing, and he's saying to me, Roman, football is about character. It's not data. Take that, you know, away, you know, I will never look on that. But since that, it's everything changed, and right now, you know, that is the most important part of the job of the coach, scout, and everyone, you know, in the world of sport. The second part, you know, which one very important, you know, the sport, it start to be, you know, the very globalization in the sport, it start to be, you know, the big. And now, you know, even when we're talking about the Pafos, it's a small club, you know, from the Cyprus, wasn't exist, you know, the couple of years ago. But now we have, you know, the funds from every single, from I think 182 countries, you know, that we have the subscription in our social network. It means, you know, that you cannot stay only in your town or in your country, you know, you will be global, and you must be global. And the third part, you know, it's AI. AI, that is the part, you know, which one we cannot avoid, you know, and I think, you know, in a short period of time, you know, it will not replace the human, but it will make our life, you know, much more easy. And we are one of the pioneers, you know, in the football world who using the AI, and the next step, what we start to do, we thinking, okay, how we can implement that new technology, new trends, you know, inside of our club. And we start to create the platform, which one very useful, you know, for ourselves. And we see, you know, the result of the Pafos on the pitch, you know, it's a part of the work, what we did, you know, outside, and what is our scientists make it. And I think, you know, that we decide, okay, we need to share that knowledge, and we will make that platform, you know, it's called Total Sport Hub, the bigger, and we will spread that platform over the world. Now, you know, in the last 3 months, you know, we are finalists on the 3 biggest sport tech awards, you know, and I think, you know, and I hope, you know, that we will win some of them, you know, over this season. And the most important part, you know, why we're here, because in the previous slides I said AI, I say data, you know, but the business, it's about the people. You can find the best idea, but it will not work if the people not in the right place. You can find, you know, the bad idea, but if it's the right people, you know, you can make miracle. And I want everybody, you know, to learn a little bit, you know, from the industry leaders, you know, I want everybody, you know, to share their opinion. I want you, you know, to communicate between each other. And I want everyone, you know, to know the world of sport, it exists, you know, it's interesting people around us, you know, and I think it's a big future, you know, in that sector. If you see on a slide, it's people from Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, you know, Pafos from different companies, you know, the venture funds, you know, the technology companies. We try to mix everyone here, you know, to not only to be focused, you know, as a football summit. We're trying to merge, you know, the whole world of sport, you know, and that is quite important. And because of we're all human, I think it's more interesting, you know, to have the communication with the glass of wine or with glass of the Prosecco or on the football pitch or in the paddle pitch. We prepare for you quite good program for tonight in a nightclub, you know, and tomorrow we have the sport day, football, paddle, and the chess, whatever you want, you know, we're open for you. Guys, welcome to our summit, and I hope you will find that interesting, and I'm sure, you know, that I will see you soon in the different countries and in different places, and I hope, you know, that you all will be happy with what you listen here. Thank you very much.
But not in different modes. Let's meet with our host for these 2 days, and hope you enjoy your staying from the beginning till the end. Not till the end, but till the day you will come here again, because this is the best hotel in Cyprus, and I can say that this is one of the best football hotel in the football universe. So the most important thing for us in our life is details, our details. To give us some, I would like to introduce Business Development Director of Cape St. George Hotel, Konstantinos Malau. Konstantinos, would you be so kind?
Thank you all for coming today. It's a pleasure to see a room full of people that engage football. They share our vision, and allow me to share our vision as Cape St. George's Hotel and Resort by Gorantina Homes. It's a vision that is ongoing. It's something that we are very passionate in what we do and how we do it. So allow me to introduce you of who we are and what is our goal and where we want to take this beautiful resort, along with perfect partners as Total Sports. And thank you again for coming this year. It's always a pleasure to have you here. As you know, Cape St. George's is located in the Cape St. George, Agios Georgios, closer to Agamas Peninsula. It's a destination that both of them seeking luxury and adventure, and of course many, many activities that we'll refer to them in a while. Here is a unique community. It's been created offering exceptional amenities and exclusive privileges. There is nothing else like Cape St. George's in Cyprus, and I dare to say in the Mediterranean. At this point, I would like to make special reference to the luxury villas developed by Gorantina Homes. In the wider resort area, residences of the highest construction, aesthetic, and functional standards. As they are owners usually say to us when we meet them frequently, those who choose to invest in a home here feel that they live better, more fully and longer. And I believe that says it all. Ladies and gentlemen, the development plan of Cap St. George's, which is currently in progress, includes, among other things, a school for our residences, a hospital rehabilitation center, a new marketplace, and many other more facilities that are due to come in the recent upcoming years. All serve one goal, delivering the highest quality for those who knows and appreciates the best. The resort offers a wide variety of activities for family ensuring unique experiences. One of these highlighted can be the world-class spa, 3,000 square meters of spa with 12 treatment rooms, 25 meters indoor pool, and many more. On those, again, we can, of course, extend to the external swimming pools, 50 meters outdoor pool, one of the unique Olympic-sized pools around Cyprus. From there on, we go to paddle, to tennis, to exclusive football pitches that we're going to see soon with calling Mr. Rustam on the podium in a moment. From there, you go to horse riding, you go to the nearby zoo, you go to hiking, cycling, anything a guest wishes to experience while on holidays. But again, on the other side, when we have professional teams visiting our resort, we ensure that the facilities surrounded Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort by Gorantina Homes can fulfill every need. Our beach, 120 meters Golden Sand Beach right at the front of the property. And then we go to our young guests, from unique kids club to facilities and activities that the parents can have a ease of mind when they're here, that we will take care of their little children without need to worry about it. For those who love sports, nature, and adventure, there's a wealth of activity, of course. So anything they can wish and they like, they can find it here. Special mention cannot be excluded in our outlets, which starting from the Italian restaurant to the Japanese, all the way to Sky 7 that we host once a month, a 2 or a 3-star Michelin chefs from all over the world cooking for our guests for 2 unique evenings every last weekend of each and every month. Dear friends, dear partners, all of these can experience at Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort through attractive packages. You can easily find them in our websites. That is an unparalleled comfort of luxury. And of course, this can only be done through the great effort of the team of partners, supporters. So this is Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, the ultimate lifestyle experience, which on that allow me to show a little video that will travel you a little bit of what I was been talking about the last few minutes.
Where the Mediterranean meets refined living. Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, a destination defined by elevated experiences, now expanding with purpose. Professional football facilities, built for elite clubs and international training camps. Train day or night under superior lighting. A modern performance gym designed for football excellence. Dedicated recovery and massage spaces. Private offices and meeting rooms for focus and strategy. VIP viewing boxes with premium comfort. A new world begins to take shape. A state-of-the-art water park designed for families, safety and flow. Thrilling body and racer slides. A signature lazy river with gentle waves. A dynamic wave pool. An iconic volcano and wet bubble attraction. Seamless access throughout the park. A new standard for family leisure. Designed for precision. A double-decker golf driving range. 24 precision-built booths across 2 levels. Immersive virtual golf experiences. Train, compete, refine every swing. Ride along scenic coastal trails on horseback. Play paddle, tennis, and beach volleyball across purpose-built courts. Then unwind, dine, and gather from sunset into vibrant nights. One destination, multiple experiences. For families, for professionals, for those who expect more. Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort. Refined living, expanded experiences.
So good afternoon. Use this one. That's fine. I can use this. So good afternoon, everyone. Just from my side, I would like to confirm what just Mr. Konstantinos said. From the side of Pafos Football Club, as we are at this time the main football team users of this hotel and these facilities, yes, we can prove it. That's, there are not many that kind of resorts in Europe and Middle East that can offer for the professional football teams a lot what they require. So, as it is, so just I can start from the beginning, like for international teams. The first thing, okay, can I have this one, please? That's easy travel for international teams. That's Pafos Airport is only 40 minutes from the hotel. The Larnaca Airport is only slightly less than 2 hours from the hotel, which covers a lot directions. Pafos Airport 58, Larnaca Airport 90. That's easy reach into the Cyprus, easy reach into island and reach to the hotel. That facilities contains like 2 high-end, high-standard football pitches. The hybrid pitches that you see in many stadiums like now, that's new trend. And they are the top-level pitches as well, that you can try them tomorrow playing football. So you have a gym, we have physio rooms, we have all recoveries, that's even VIP lounges, that's easy to do the streaming live games if it's needed, well, that's facilities prepared for that as well. Also, we have connections with the medical system over here as well. That's if needed, that's often needed actually for the teams at the training camp especially, to check up for the players before signing, or just if something happens sometimes. That's the part of the game injuries as well. So we have access, and the next, just in the 24 hours, that's easy to do the full medical check for the players, and in the high level standard, that's teams can have it. So, and around the hotel, as Konstantinos said, there are lots of facilities to do that between the trainings, before the trainings, after the trainings. That's teams can use, and that's a fantastic gym, spa area, surround area, and the teams will be satisfied with all facilities that they have around here. And as I said, so just this premium team facilities, real football setup. That's everyone can get it, and simple logistics to get into. Thank you very much, and everyone are welcome.
Thank you, Rustam. Thank you, Konstantinos. So while we know where we are right now, let's start with our panel discussion and conversation. And first with the agents, because in modern football, they don't just represent the players. They shape their careers and decisions and something entire clubs. They can take you to the very top, or they can destroy trust between the player and the fans in a matter of days. So the real question is, who is actually in control? The player or the system around him? Does the football still need to think for himself? Or is it enough to perform while others made the decisions? And at what point does a player stop being a personality and become just an asset? Let's be honest about it. So our panel discussion, the first one, is called Agencies. Is the player a person or a financial asset? I would like to introduce our speaker, Vadim Vasiliev, founder of VV Consulting. Vadim, would you please comment? And Paolo Gonçalves, co-founder and partner of Profut Consultator. Yeah. Take a seat, please. Yeah. So we had lots of questions, and of course the panel discussion is open, so if you have some questions afterwards, you'll be very, very welcomed. But first, Vadim, the first question to you. You spent many years at Monaco and were directly involved in one of the most successful sporting and transfer tragedies in European football. How did that experience shape your view of player development and the role of agents?
Yeah, first of all, good morning to everyone. And also words of congratulations to the ownership and the management team of the Cap St. George's Hotel. When Roman told me the hotel is top, I said, well, everyone would say top, but when I came and I was really surprised, and again, I haven't seen everything, so the presentation which we saw, this is really great, congratulations. I also thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Roman, for the invitation. And I would like to comment what you said earlier, is that Roman said earlier that, and actually because I worked in different businesses before, fertilizer business, which is a huge business. I mean, the world needs food, so the world needs fertilizers. And we had big events. We had a global event once a year in different countries, and we had a European event once in one of the European countries. My brother works in the petrol and the oil industry, and they also have big events. So almost every industry has big events, get-togethers. And football is one of the rare exceptions where until recently, there was no such events where clubs, agents, or others, any entities involved, like commercial marketing, etc., could get together, exchange ideas, get to meet. And I think this is really important, and I think this is really a great idea to have this summit. So congratulations, because it's really what is I feel is needed, and what we were lacking in our, let's say, industry, in our sports, which exists for many, many years in basically all other industries, beauty industry, whatever, medicine, you name it. So, yeah, coming back to your question. Yes, so obviously since 5 years I started my own company, VV Consulting, and before that I was during 6 years CEO and Vice President of AS Monaco. These were some great years with the title League 2 to title of League 1. The semi-finals of Champions League, and all the great players that we all know, like Mbappé, Bernardo Silva, Fabinho, Bakayoko, James Rodriguez, you name it. So we did almost 1 billion in transfers during the 6 years. Obviously, I knew about, because I had to deal with agents a lot, and there were all kinds of them. Some very professional, some very nasty, some people you would never want to have a coffee or have a dinner, but you had to force yourself because they actually control the player, and then the player and if you need the player, if you want the player, So I also had many cases where there will be a whole family of an agent and 4 or 5 brothers and coming to negotiations, and everyone will speak in turn, and you know that very few know football as such, but okay, you need to listen. So you need to listen if you if you want the player. But so there was a whole range from really professional guys, and really to the guys that you don't want to meet in your daily life. When I started the agency, I said to myself, okay, I can tell you truly, I underestimated the difficult part of the agency work, because it's a lot to do with the players and their internal inner circles, entourage, as we say in French, and all the friends and all people who influence their decisions. And then, of course, some are really mature and they take decisions for themselves, but a lot are influenced by people around them that really have no knowledge of football, and many of them, we should tell the truth, pursue their own interests, because as long as they stay close to the player, they can get some benefits. Either it's money directly, or traveling together, or going to restaurants, what have you, some presents, blah 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 blah. So and just also notoriety, because if staying with a player gives you a status, even if you don't have any education, and in a normal life you would not be able to live such a life. So you travel together, sometimes on a private plane. Yeah?
Like a part of the family.
Yeah, part of the family, but it's not always the family. And also we have to understand that, imagine a young player, today he plays in a B team of a club, and next day he's promoted. And so one coach doesn't believe in him, the other coach believes, and then suddenly he goes up, and then the salary goes up, and then the media talks about him every day, and he has new friends, girlfriends, whatever, and then it's very easy for a young boy of 17, 18, 19, whatever, they're still adolescents, so, and suddenly if they perform well, this all comes on top. I mean, this notoriety, the recognition, a lot of money, and some of them cope with it well. They have good education, or good parents, or good people around, but many of them have difficulties. It's really true, and this is the role of one of the role of the agents to really try. I don't say we can all, but try to put them in the right direction. Yeah.
Paolo, let me talk to you. Pafos has built a strong reputation. Yeah. So, Pafos has built a strong reputation in player presentation and career management. What philosophy guides you to your agency when it comes to the managing career and players' career as well?
First of all, good afternoon to everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here, and it's a privilege to be invited by Total Sport and Roman, especially to share the stage with my friend. First of all, I have to say that we have a view very clear about the football player's career. I was a former general manager of Boa Vista Football Club during 6 years, so I was in the other side of the table. So during 6 years as a general manager, I was in the position of the club. Then I was 12 years as a legal director and board advisor of Benfica. So once again, on the other side of the table. And suddenly, since 2019, I decided to launch my own company with my son, who is a FIFA agent license. And I'm really aware about how to be in the both positions of the table, yeah, as a club position and the player's position. And people, I brought some numbers, some figures, as an introduction to explain how tough is this career as an agent, as a FIFA agent or a lawyer of a player. I don't know if people are aware that there are almost 11,000 of FIFA agents licensed by FIFA. So 11,000. But these are the figures of December 2025. But only 1,500 were involved in international transfers. Nevertheless, this 1,500 received $1.3 billion as agent's fees. So all these figures are reported by December 2025. This means what? That we need to work hard, professionally, and we need to have confidence from the players and from the clubs. Your track record is important as well. How you managed before and what you would introduce to the player when you start managing his career. And the most important to explain to a football player when you start managing his career is to explain to him that his career is not a sprint race. It's not a 100 meters race. It's a marathon. So you need to be calm. You don't have to be a lot of ambitions on the beginning, and you have to trust that we will find the perfect club for him on his age or in his stage. I have a very good example that we share with Vadim on that time in 2013. Thanks to the good eye of Vadim, we transferred Bernardo Silva from Benfica to Monaco on that time. Bernardo Silva has only 3 games on the first team of Benfica on that time. 1 as a starter and 2 as a substitute player. In total, he has less than 200 meters in one entire season in Benfica. And Vadim, Monaco, decided to buy Bernardo Silva for 15 million euros. On that time, it was one of the biggest transfers on the market. But they know that the player was good, of course, and his agent knows that Monaco, it will be a good step for his career because it was the beginning of a gold era in Monaco. It's true, yeah? True. So 2013, Monaco was starting, rising up on European football again, thanks to Vadim and his team. And everybody knows what was the Bernardo Silva's career on that time. So this was the best place, the best club for Bernardo Silva on that time. Why? Good club, without a lot of pressure, and a club that has a project for him, and a own project for the club itself. So the most important is to explain to the player that we are starting a marathon and we are not doing a sprint career.
Is it hard enough to make them understand that this is the long way?
It's not easy because today, hopefully, there are a lot of young talents playing in top clubs. Real Madrid is signing players with 17 years old in Brazil or 18 years old. Man City as well. So when they start looking around, they believe that it's easier. So they put pressure to move immediately to a top club. And our task is to, or our role, is to explain to the player, more than to be prepared to this marathon, is to understand that it's much better to be a big fish in a small aquarium instead of being a small fish in the ocean. So it's not important to start immediately in a top club. It's important to have a career. Basically, this is what we try to explain to the players. We have to do something like more a mental coach role before them.
Now I can see it, Paulo and Vadim. So it's clear enough. And I've heard the interview of Gareth Bale. He talked about this case when he was in Southampton. He decided to go to Manchester United or Tottenham, and he decided to go to Tottenham because of the practice, because of the pressure is not so serious if we compare with Man United. But how to explain to the players, like his family, or it's very complicated case. That you have to stay in a smaller club, in a modest club, then to be, and after that be a big fish in the sea.
Well, actually, I agree. We share. We didn't discuss beforehand, but we share the same philosophy that there has to be a step. The career is you have to construct a career. Of course, there are exceptions. There are players that can play at 17 years old in Barcelona or PSG, but there are very few of them. I mean, let's be honest, there are very, very few. But for most of the players, it's best not to jump a step higher and build up a career. I wouldn't say modest club, but I would say the right club for his level and with the right sports project. Because if he performs well, there will always be another step. But I've seen also players, for example, my friends in Manchester City, before signing many players, and then one or two makes it to the first squad. The other ones are loaned out. Loaned out means, okay, if you do well, it's okay, but if you do one or two games that are not good, the coach doesn't care. The coach puts you on the bench. He knows you're not his player. The player, because he's in a big club, well, I give Man City, but it could be any club, any big club, earns already a lot of money, big money. He's used to big money. And then he cannot make it back to his initial team where he signed. So then, of course, the dilemma is you have to go to a smaller team, but then you have to cut your salary in 2 or 3. And then for the player, for the family, for the parents, also the club sometimes is rich, so he says, why, let's wait another year. So it's I've seen players that have been lost because they were loaned down once, twice, and football goes very fast today. I mean, every year there is a new name, a new, we say in French, pépite, a new star born. So and then it's very easy to forget someone who was supposed to be a star 2 years ago, but because he disappears. But it's really true. I mean, that it's difficult sometimes. We try to pass this message. This is the message but it doesn't mean that the message goes through, because so many of them are impatient. So many have fathers that are impatient.
For example, Kylian Mbappe, you saw his talent,
yep.
And you persuade him to stay in Monaco as well as he can, and then jump to PSG. So what method do you use to persuade him to stay calm and to wait, because everybody expects him to be on the next step?
Yeah. Well, actually, the story was actually quite difficult in the sense that we signed his first professional contract when he was really almost at the end, because the coach, he's a competitor and he has a character. I mean, like all big players have character. And usually the coaches in the academies, they don't like a lot players that show character, so because that they like to show their authority first. So he was spent a lot of time on the bench, and he spent a lot of time, actually he was not happy, he wanted to leave. So I had to intervene, I had to really push, bring him up as soon as possible, so that trust installed between us and his family, his father and his mother. We spent many long hours, and they didn't sign the contract before they really saw that what I said was really done. And then they had much better offers from other teams, but they decided, because we were consistent and I intervened and we made the steps, he started playing with the first team. But about the next step, actually, we wanted him to go to Real Madrid. We had two offers, and the first one came from Real Madrid, and we were perfectly fine with that. First of all, not to make stronger our competitor, PSG. And actually, the offer came early, and it was a firm offer, but Kylian decided that it was too soon. Like what Paulo said, of course, he was not a small fish. He was already a big developing star, but there was still Cristiano Ronaldo, there was still Benzema, I think there was still Bale at the time, yeah. So he said, I don't want to be on the bench. I want playing time. I will not feel good. And I want to arrive by the big number one. And so Paris is my city, and then Paris were clever, PSG were clever enough to offer him, to basically guarantee him, of course not contractually, this is not possible, but guarantee him playing time and that he will be a starter with PSG. So, which made my life and very complicated, because when I had two clubs, it's okay, it's not so difficult. But when the player says no to one club, there's only one club left, and there's only 1 year on the contract left, 1 year on the contract left. And Paris started backing off, and I mean, you want a star player, and sometimes I don't get calls for a week or whatever, so it was really, it was sleepless nights, white nights, as we say in Russia, in St. Petersburg. But the transfer was done last day of the transfer window, if not. And also Kylian said, I would not prolong. You have to find a way. So, but he was good in the sense that he pushed PSG as well. But yeah.
It's fair enough, Paul, as well. This Real Madrid especially. That the player, he's not long his contract, just wait and go from nothing. That's what trend right now.
Yeah.
From Liverpool. Is it fair enough?
It's hard to answer that, honestly. Just coming back a little bit, there is no a standard solution for players. It's case by case. I remember when Renato Sanchez exploded in Benfica in his first season as a professional. In 1 year and a half, he was moving to Bayern Munich. At that time, we don't care about exactly if it is the perfect club for him or not. We just were really interested on that time about the price, the transfer fee. And it was 45 million, so we cannot refuse for a player with 18 years old, or almost 19 years old, 45 million euros. But the most important is to understand if the player and his agent wonder if it was the perfect club for him. Bayern Munich, different language, a very hard competition like Bundesliga, this kind of thing. These are the things that we have to decide on time, case by case. So I cannot say you that it's with 19 years old, if a player is prepared to be a small fish in a big club, as I told you before, or not. Because João Neves, with 19 years old, he just moved from Benfica to PSG and is playing like crazy. Yeah? So outstanding performance all the time with 19 years old because of his character. And he's 164 or 167. So he's smaller than all the others players on the squad. And if you look, just arithmetically speaking, is the perfect look for him? Everybody says no. It will be a big risk for him to move to PSG, top club. But he was prepared because his mentality is excellent. Since the beginning, the kid shows a good character, a good mentality. He was brave enough to accept the challenge. And when you ask how we convince a player to stay in a club instead of moving to a top club, we can't say everything. Good conditions, good facilities, top coach managing his career in that moment, but the money is always important. It's always important. Many times is on the top of the list. So you have to improve a little bit his salary, to renewal, trying to explain that he will be a starter player or being a start player in his team instead of being in the bench on the other team and he's not being happy because he's not playing.
So, is the modern football player treated more as a financial asset or a person right now in the modern football? What do you think?
For me, in my humble opinion, they are today much more an asset than a person sometimes. Yeah. But because it's their fault as well, because they only think in money. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. How you convince a player to stay in your club instead of to moving a top club, even knowing in advance that it will be hard to be a starting player. Money, good salary, good contract, and today they are much more an asset than a human. If you take a look on for instance, the financial reports of big clubs, let's talk about a case that I know well in Portugal. The revenues coming from the transfer fees, yeah, represents 40% of the budget of the clubs. For instance, Benfica reports, financial reports of last season, 2004-2015, 2004-2025. The profit without transfers was 3 million. The profit, the result with transfers was more than 200 million. This shows exactly how the players today are an asset. And they are an asset even for the FIFA regulations. Because, for instance, there is no when they are young, if they move under 23 years old, as you know, there is a training compensation, and this is an asset. They represent an asset for the club as well. So, for me today, with the current situation, they are really a top, much more an asset than a person.
Well, obviously, a player is an asset for the club, an asset for a football agency, because I mean, any entity, any commercial entity, whichever industry has to make money, and to make money, you need an asset like the St. George Hotel. This is an asset. So in our industry, players are an asset, but where I would have to say is that in any case, we have to treat them as human beings. So you cannot say it's an asset. Yes, a player is an asset, but they are human beings. So there's a lot of psychology, and obviously we treat them as first of all as human beings.
So you have different opinion about it, am I right?
Probably a little bit, because in the sense that we will never push, as a club, we will push a player, of course, to where we could get a higher transfer fee as a club. And there I fully agree, same with Benfica, same with Monaco, every club. But as an agency, sometimes we try to guide them to a project which will be better for their future. And not financially better for the agency, because we feel that then it can go easily wrong. What I say usually, we don't push them. What I say is that the decision is ultimately yours. You're the one who are responsible for your life. My role, with my knowing of football industry, with my knowledge of the club side, my knowledge of the agency side, and knowledge of the opportunities that are in the markets, to guide you, to make a list of all the pros and cons. Stay in the club, changing the club. If you change the club, okay, which options do we have? Does this league suit you or not? Salary, sportively. But then, of course, I also tell them that all I can be telling you can change in 5 minutes, because some players say, does the coach want me? I want to speak to the coach. So obviously they speak to the coach, and then they say, yes, I want to go there. And then 1 month later, the coach is sacked. So I mean, there are a lot of unpredictability in this, so we have to guide them in as much as possible. But I always tell them I don't have the crystal ball. I can only tell you my judgment, and then you, or with your family, you alone, or with your friends, whoever are your inner circle, I give you plus, minus, plus, minus. The ultimate decision is yours. You are the one responsible for your life.
So it's not like a full responsibility, because when you said that it's a money asset, you have to think about him, about a football player, as a person behind the scene. For example, everybody knows about the case of Mason Greenwood in Manchester United. Then he destroyed his career, and is it a problem? Of course, it's a problem for an agent, but is he responsible for that behavior, or not? What do you think?
I think difficult, because do you want? Because some players are like that. Then the big dilemma, the question is, do you close your eyes, or you just quit? And then if you quit, you lose your asset. So it's really a tough choice, because the player is doing something wrong, his behavior is wrong, but it's an asset of the company. So of course you can tell him, but if some players will listen, but most of them will not listen if you tell them, hey, you stop this, you don't do this, and he will just tell you, okay, goodbye, ciao. Because every good player gets, 5-10 calls a day from all other agencies, that especially when things go wrong. When things go well, it's a little bit easier. But when things go wrong, he doesn't play, or whatever, he did get the transfer that he wanted. What happens is, everyone, if you were with me, you would be in Barcelona, you would be in Real Madrid. If I was your agent, you would be playing, because the sports director is my buddy, because the coach is a friend of my friend, and this is because of your agent. And when they're in a difficult situation, when they are not happy, unfortunately, many of them tend to listen.
Paolo, in your big career. Oh, just follow.
Just let me tell you this. I'm a lawyer, I always are pushing for regulations, for laws. And one of the reasons that why I still believe that the players is really an asset is the fact that we are aware that in 2015 FIFA prohibited the TPO, the third-party ownerships. And then on that time, one of the arguments of FIFA was saying, no, players, they are not part of a trend, they are human. But at the end, what they define in the regulations, only clubs can share the profits of a transfer fee, unless the player as well. So the player is the third party that can share a part of the economic rights, of his own economic rights in a future transfer. So it's FIFA who is saying this from the beginning. That's why sometimes the players ask us, please, I want to keep 10% of my future transfer, or 20% because I want to deliver 10% to my father, 10% for my uncle. This happens frequently. So even the regulation is protecting the player as an asset, true, but is inducing the players to feel themselves as an asset and a way to get a benefit in the future transfer.
Is it good or bad?
It depends. For the agents, it's good. For the clubs, it's bad. It depends of the side of the table where we are seated. Yeah, because for the agents, as more transfers moves we have, better for us. But for the clubs, this is totally against the contractual stability.
Do you think it's possible to find the right balance between this?
Still there is some balance on this, yeah, because the player, we are saying, oh, it's a human person, a human being that needs to be protected. Okay, but he cannot breach his contract without just cause. So he's still binding to the club during 5 years or 4 years or what else, yeah. So he's not totally a freedom person unless they have a buyout clause in his contract. If they have a buyout clause in the contract, okay, a new club comes, pays the buyout, and he moves. Otherwise, even if he's not happy, he should stay there. Okay, but we can get the Article 15 of the FIFA regulations that says the sporting just cause. If he don't play at least 10% of the games, he can breach his contract with this club. Nevertheless, there is a compensation to be paid to the club. Obviously, this compensation will be lower, much lower, because he's breaching his contract because he's not playing. So the club cannot say, no, this is a good asset, so we need to be paid fairly. Okay, if it is a good asset, why he's not playing? So the balance is
it's quite thin line, yeah, quite thin line. About these FIFA regulations, Vadim, what do you think these changes impacting the future of football agencies, and how will the role of the football agent evolve in the next decade?
Well, I think the golden age of football agents is behind us. It's in the past, because just now Paulo talked about TPO, where agents could keep 30% or whatever, and then also it was customary to have 20, 30, 40% of the next transfer. I always think of life not only football as a pendant, so it goes like this, in a clock, boom, boom, in the old ones. So from one extreme, where really there was a lot of money, FIFA wants to regulate everything, to the other extreme, like the 6% commission. I tell you honestly, it is absolutely impossible, unless you have maybe top players, and many of them to live, to function with such a commission. Because today, agency is not about just finding, if it was just agency as defined by FIFA rules, finding a club, solution, negotiating contract, I agree. But today, agency is much more than that. It's a conciergerie. It's everything that the player needs in life, from finding, I don't know, a new house, moving to the new house, tax laws, this and that, helping families, whatever. I mean, even organizing marriages, I don't know. So it's, I mean, this is, and with this, I think now it's gone to from one extreme where really there was huge money. Now, if it is implemented, it creates really a lot of problems, because it's not. I mean, this is it's not. You cannot function with that. It's not. It's not realistic.
But Paolo and Vadim, can you imagine this, the day when we all wake up and there are no agents at all? Because right now there are some clubs that stop their players to sign a contract with agencies, and they try to make a business by themselves. So we have example in Russia, for example.
And we have transfer room now.
Yeah.
Transfer room is a good example that where the clubs can share opinions, proposals, without an agent involved. And I remember you since when it started. So from 10,975 licensed football agents, almost 11,000, only 1,599 were involved in international transfers, in a cake of 1.4 B of agents' fees. So the future of the agents is good for the top agencies, not the smaller small agents. And we have another problem when you ask about the future of the agencies or the agents. Agents, they don't have a seat in any of the boards of committee of FIFA.
Should they?
Of course. I give you an example. In Portugal, the Portuguese FA Assembly, where all the decisions are taken regarding regulations, regarding laws, football laws, these kind of things. There are 84 delegates in the assembly, yeah, and they come from clubs, national association, regional associations, players union, coaches association, medical associations, nurses association, referees association,
Drivers.
agents, no seat. This is impossible. So if we are 11,000 and we are moving 1.4 B in agents' fees per season, more or less, yeah? How we don't have a seat in a FIFA committee? Only we have 3-4 agents or lawyers representing the interests of the agents, only as advisors. But they don't have a seat in anywhere.
Right. So it's a problem. It's a problem. Vadim, with the club becoming increasingly data-driven right now, what do you think about the agencies adapted that strategy when representing players and in this new environment?
Well, it's true that the trend is clearly there. More and more clubs are data-driven, although some still, I was recently the sports director of a Premier League club, and he told me, Vadim, if I was just following the data, I brought a player from Bundesliga who was not performing there at all. It was a bad season. And with us, he's doing great. If I was just looking at the data, I would never have taken this player. So I think data is really, really important. But then also there are a lot of things that the data cannot tell you. His character, adaptability, the environment. I mean, of course, data is really important, and I think the future is is there. AI, we're still far. I mean, I think AI needs a lot of data to work, so we're still many years away from that. But I will not be surprised that AI will do the works for the scouting in future, and for the agencies it's probably less important. I mean, more for the clubs. The agencies, we're still not that data-driven. We just take the opportunities, and we know that some players are injured a lot, but if you have a good possibility to take a player that unfortunately has injuries, then we will still sign him, and we'll try also to do the best that we can do. We recently sent a player of ours, he's one of the clubs, top talent, doesn't play a lot because of recurrent injuries, but we sent him to Aspire in Qatar with together with the club. They put in a new protocol, so we are also involved in that, and hopefully he will play. And then always there will be clubs who will take the risk, you know, even that the data says, okay, it's risky, but there will be clubs that will say, no, we like the player, we take the risk. So I think for the clubs it's really, really important. For the agencies will follow, but it's less important, the data for the agencies, because it's the clubs who take.
I can see that you're not agree with this. Yeah, tell me.
No, let me tell you.
Oh.
Data, people in football are really, let's say, how to say in English, addicted. They are people in football are really addicted with data. Even the players. For instance, every week, my players, if they play on Saturday or on Sunday, on Monday or Tuesday, I send to them, my son sent to them, the reports of the game, take into account, for instance, Y-Scout data or sport decision data. So even the players, they are addicted with data. And data also improves some better performance on the players. Because, you know, after the game, after the training, single training, they are looking immediately for the assistant coach to see how was the data of the training. And they take pictures with the data to see how many kilometers, what was the speed running, or what was the recovering, many recovers. So even the players are addicted with the data. And for us, as an agent, when we present a player, offer a player to a club, we know that on our days, we should deliver as well the data of the player. Because we just, we cannot say that, let's say, the data is replacing the human eye. No, they are not replacing, but they are enhancing the best skills of the player. And people today, they are addicted on data. Coaches, sporting directors. So today, it's not enough to say this is a good player, okay. No, you have to say it's a good player, he plays like this, and then you deliver the data of the player. Of course, you choose the better data, yeah? And it depends of the position of the player. If he is a winger, we look for the dribbles, yeah? If we are offering a central defender, we are looking for the interceptions or recovers. So we use the data to present the player today, 100%, and I deliver to the players, our players, all the data of the last game to try to give some hope to them, or to even to say, you are not doing well. Look, you are a central defender, you have 4 recovers or 5 interceptions. This is not a good data for you.
I think what I was talking was a little bit a different subject because we actually do the same. We do a debrief of the games, and actually one of my colleagues here, Benjamin, is in the room. He does a lot of that with our players and some others. So we do this. But what I'm saying is we will not choose usually a player in the agency to sign or not just on the data if he has a lot of. And usually also we don't present that much because we started this because probably Paolo's experience is different, but usually the clubs just tell us, just send it to me, we will do it in-house. We don't need your data, we don't need, because we have our own departments that will analyze the player. They tell us the basic characteristics of what they want. I mean, a winger, 1-to-1, or playing on the right, left-footed, or crosses, or whatever. I mean, the characteristics they are looking for. And if we think, I mean, we push for a player that fits, and usually we tried, and we did a lot. But in the end, most of the clubs, they say, thank you, we have in-house knowledge, we will analyze ourselves because we have our own people, we have our own program, we have our own way to read the statistics. So double doing it, not. But we're debriefing the games, yes. And actually what Paulo said, yes, helping players to improve, yes. And for sure, this is something for sure, the data will become more and more important. And one day it will be artificial intelligence, which will say yes or no. And Roman was right. I mean, I think we're still way behind because a lot of data needs to be integrated. But maybe the players will be decided or picked up by AI. So.
But at least we have some time.
We have some time.
Yeah. From your respectful career and point of view, Paolo and Vadim, can you give us a little advice? When you just see the player with a good data, but with a bad character, is it a problem for agent to? Is it a problem? Of course, it's a problem. But do you have to risk and sign him, or it's it's not so good and convenient to risk with this signing?
Well, in the beginning, we did risk. I did risk, and made many mistakes, many failures.
Can you give us some example?
Because this is personal and this will touch some players that today are playing, I think it's not correct. But, when you have, I don't know, just to be three brothers, everyone calls you, everyone tells you this has to be that, the salary has to be this, why he's not playing, this, and then sometimes the player is good, but he's too influenced. And then, unless you see this is someone that will bring a lot of money to the agency, you say, no, it's too much work, it's too difficult. I mean, we better drop it. Some players we even initiated to say, well, I think you know better, your surrounding knows better. I mean, it's too difficult, too time consuming, and also energy consuming. To deal with those people. So sometimes we prefer to take a player less talented, but with good mentality, good surrounding, that will create less or almost zero problems and quite independent, than to take a player every day will be this and that. And yes, you can make probably if he stays with you, a lot of money. But I mean, for me, in my agency, we prefer maybe sometimes to forego a really talented player, but with a bad character or bad influence around him, and take a solid player that will achieve a good level, but will be easier to handle.
It's a little nervous. What about you? What's your point?
Data is a solution for everything, almost. unless for the lack of character. So when the player has no character, there is no solution. And you couldn't do nothing about that. Some people say, no, we have to be much more closer to the players. We have to invite them to come to our home, goes with him to dinner out. Honestly, myself, or my son, or my people says, no, come to join with the player. I never go with the player. I don't give too much proximity to them because they don't need that. For that, to take a drink in a pub or to go out for a dinner, they have their own friends. My role and my son's role is totally different. Is to manage his career, not to share private moments with them. Because I can give you an example. One of our best players, it was the single one that I invite him once to go to my home. And in 6 months, he betrayed me. He moved from our agents to another agent. He paid the penalty clause, and he moved to another agent. And this guy was receiving 2,500 euros per month in a second division club, and now he's playing in one top club in one of the big five, and he's receiving 1,000 euros, 1 million euros net per season. And in 2 seasons, he say, Paulo, penalty clause paid, I'm moving to a big agency. So we never know if the player is a good character or not. For us, the most important is to see how he behaves as a professional. I don't care if he is a good guy, if he goes to the church every Sunday or not. I don't care if he's going out every night out. If he's trained well and play better, great.
But you can lose all your money.
How I can lose money?
No,
I lose my money if I go out dinnering with him and paying myself, because they never pay anything.
It's true.
Yeah. Spending money, traveling, following them like a pet. No, I don't lose money. I just lose money traveling to watch games, to have good networking during the games. Last weekend I was in Madrid and Real Madrid watching the game, talking with people. I watch several games. I love football. I'm watching football. I would like to have a good relation with people important like Vadim and Miguel Angel or what else. I don't care about their profession, their particular lives. I don't go to the weddings of the players' weddings or anniversaries or something. I always arrange an excuse to avoid that, because that's not my work. My work is to find a good club for them, good contract, a good legal contract, giving them good advice in terms of financially. Because once, Platini said one thing that is really important. The money that we deliver to the players, 90% of this money goes out of football. You don't see a player investing in a football club or investing in a training camp or what else. No, they spend their money with cars, watches, parties, holidays. They don't invest in football. Today it's quite different. We have some players that already have their own mental coach. They have their own personal trainer. But it's not they are the special players, not the normal ones. Yeah, they only think about money, good career, and they are loyal to who brought good contracts, good club. They are not loyal to the guy that is going to his wedding or his birthday or is going out to dinner every weekend. They don't care about that.
So if for example, if a player say to you, Paulo, I would like to invite you to my wedding, you said no?
It depends of the player, first of all. It depends. They are not totally equal. But I tell you, honestly, I avoid to go on these parties, on these dinners, to meet their wives. I never slept in a player's house. I go to follow players around the world, and I stay in hotel. And they said sometimes, come to my house, stay in my... Oh, I'm in the hotel. And then I go there to his house to go to the football match or to explain a contract or something. I don't socialize because this is not important for the players. We are professionals.
Why? Football is football. It's 45 minutes or 90 minutes
And when
per week and training session. But everything else is his inner circle, and it depends. It depends, and of course, the good circle and the good way of life bring you more money or not. If he's a good person and data-driven, and so.
Honestly, I don't think this is the most important. The most important is to know if they are training well, if they are playing well, good contracts, legally binding, well protected, good advice in terms of financial, don't check. I have a player, I had a manager player, that he bought one Mercedes G. He spent 400,000 euros in the car. In 6 months, he was changing the car for another one because it was worthy 700,000 euros. But it was exactly the same car, but with much power. And I say, but what you can do with this car that you cannot do with the previous one? How you will drive this in Lisbon? You will speed 300 kilometers per hour or 200 kilometers per hour? What is the difference? Nothing. But in 6 months, he spent 300,000 euros changing car. I have no patience for that, honestly.
Yeah, me actually, I share the same philosophy. Although I went to a couple of weddings, and
you invite some players in your house.
But and it's true that they are not loyal. What Paulo said, because the guy the wedding to whom I went, and I found a doctor for his wife when he was panicking on the transfer, he just betrayed me. So yeah, but then of course they get upset if you don't go. So sometimes you need to do this. But the other problem is that we didn't speak about is not just the registered agents, because in real life there are tens of thousands of agents, and many of them, they don't have FIFA licenses. But they control the players because they are day and night with the player, and some players, they need to be someone who is day and night, who can hold him 2 o'clock in the morning if he quarreled with his girlfriend or whatever, or made a mistake or whatever. And these people have the power to tell the player, okay, now we change the agent. And this is true. This is the reality. And they control the brains because they stay 24/7.
And you can do nothing with this.
No, it's too hard. And I don't have patience for that. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be a nanny. But some do that, and without even being an agent, they control, and they have the power to say, no, you see, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Let's go to another one. And they get their cut, and that's it.
Vadim, Paulo, to sum it up, if we return to the core question of this panel, players, a personal financial asset, what needs to change in the football ecosystem to ensure the human side of the game is protected? What do you think?
Honestly, I think there is not too much to change, because the players are protected as a human being, yeah. So, as a person, they have several rules in the FIFA regulation that they protect them so well that, honestly, I believe that they are really protected as a human person. Today, with the women's soccer, some rules have been added to the FIFA regulation, and even for that they have special rules that, for instance, they are allowed to interrupt the training, for instance, for breast their child if they are mothers. So they are the football player as a person is well protected. There are several dispositions in the FIFA regulation that protect them. Article 13, respect of contracts, Article 14, Article 15, that is really important and never use it, the sporting just cause. If the player don't play at least 10% of the official games, they are allowed to breach their contract. And as a person, honestly, I cannot see what we can do for protect them more than they are today. Players are the pearl of the football. They are the best paid. They have the best life. Yeah, and clubs support everything of this, and the agents get their money for their work.
So we need to protect the agents.
For instance.
Look,
UEFA financial fair play regulations. They have sanctions for everyone. If the clubs don't pay taxes, they are not licensed. If they don't pay salaries, they don't have license. If they don't play to other clubs, they have sanctions. But if they don't play the agents, they are not mentioned. We are not even mentioned in the UEFA fair play regulations. So if we can owe money to an agent that brought a good player, for instance, out of contract, that's worth 20 or 30 million euros, then you promise to pay 5 million or 1 million as an agent fee. You brought the player out of contract, you don't pay to the agent, and nothing happens. Even the agent's chamber is suspended since December 2023. And FIFA appealed the decision, but not on behalf of the agents. They are not worried about the agents. They appeal because of the remunerations, the fee caps, and these kind of things. So even the agents don't have a chamber or a football tribunal where they can apply for getting their money, the money that has been agreed with the club. So we the agents, we don't have a seat in any board, in anybody, and we are not even protected by FIFA anywhere. And this is really strange, because if you have a debt of before an agent of 1 million euros because he brought you a player out of contract that's worth at least 20 million or 30 million, and you don't pay, nothing happened. But if you have a debt of 100,000 euros to a club because of a training compensation, you have to be on rush to pay this 100,000 euros, otherwise you don't get a license to play UEFA competitions. This not make sense, honestly.
A couple of us.
I fully agree, because today the agents are the least protected in the football environment. And many agents, not to just to ruin their relationship with the clubs, they wait. I'm a patient man, I can wait some time, but I even had to go to TAS against some, and I won a couple of cases. Of course, I ruined because I hate this attitude where a deal is done and then people do not respect it. So today it's true, I had to talk about this with Arsene Wenger recently, and basically he agreed, because agents today are not protected. And as for players, imagine, I think this is one of the very few, if not the only industry in the world, you signed a 5-year contract and you don't have a performance, you just need to train, and even if you don't score goals, or as a defender you concede many goals, or as nothing can be done. You have a contract, 5 years, you're paid, you just have to come to the training, come to the games, come to the to have to the doctor when you need, and that's it. And actually, so the players are really well protected. If they're not paid 2 months, they can cancel their contract, be free agents. So I think who has to be protected are the agencies.
It's very interesting that...
That's the pendant I was talking about.
Yeah. We just discussed the play of offside rules by Arsene Wenger, and now protection of agencies by Arsene Wenger as well. He's the most influential person right now. Thank you very much. It was a long discussion. If you have any question, or we move on. We move on. Thank you very much. So now let's talk about academies. We all admire Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico. We all respect what Manchester built in the class of '92. But let's ask a difficult question. Is developing your own players still a necessity or just a romantic idea? We will talk about it. Because buying talent is faster, other cheaper, and for less risky. So why invest years into development? Is building a team that academy players a real strategy or just a beautiful illusion? And finally, what actually matters in modern academies? Developing footballers or producing assets for the market? I would like to introduce you Nathaniel Cano, sports head of academy from Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid here. Thank you very much. Carlos Aguirre, sports coordinator and main contract for UEFA Youth League at Atletico Madrid. And Pau Casasa, director of the Pafos FC Academy. Pau. First, guys, let me congratulate you with the yesterday win over Tottenham Hotspur. It's a lose, but the first game we all know what happened. It's a big mark for you, and wish you well with Barcelona in the next round. So, Atletico Madrid is one of the most respected youth system in Europe. What are the key principles behind the club's approach for developing young talent? It's for you guys.
Hello. Well, on behalf of the club, thank you. I apologize beforehand. I will be the translator of Nathaniel Cano. Pau, pleasure to meet you. I think we will share beautiful insights. Thank you, Cristiano. Thank you, Ana Maria. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you all the people, Roman, everyone who is involved in this for welcoming us. Regarding, and thank you also for the congratulations, think about the Champions League. So, do you mind if I listen to my colleague, Carnito, for the answer, and then I will translate it straight away?
Yeah?
Okay.
Esta pregunta para nosotros tiene multifactores de respuesta.
So this question is a bit wide, so we will try to put a full picture of our way of thinking.
Ha sido muy interesante escuchar a Vadim y en la respuesta que daba anteriormente.
Very interesting the conversation between Paulo and Vadim before.
Para nosotros es muy importante entender que el proceso de desarrollo de los jugadores en academia hay que individualizarlo.
Although for us at the academy we are imperatively focused on individualization of each player.
Dentro de integrar una idea general a nivel colectivo, es importante que los ejecutores del proceso de desarrollo de los jugadores, que son los entrenadores, entiendan que hay que individualizar el proceso.
Yeah, individualization it's a key, and just because of that we will fully integrate as a result afterwards.
Por eso un factor clave para nosotros es entender que el perfil de entrenador es específico para el desarrollo de los jugadores.
A key factor as a result is the profile of the coach itself from the academy.
No todos los entrenadores tienen un perfil adecuado para realizar el proceso en todas las etapas.
And the truth is not every coach has the proper profile for an academy perspective.
Nosotros hablamos del perfil de entrenador formativo y el perfil de entrenador de rendimiento.
So there is a kind of performance coach and a development coach.
Pero es importante que entiendan que son parte ejecutora de un proceso.
But they need to understand that they are key factors in the process of the players.
Eso unido al control del player care.
Of course, under the lines of the player care control and protocols.
Estoy de acuerdo en mucha parte de lo que ha dicho Vadim anteriormente. En el proceso de academia es muy importante controlar los entornos.
So very agree with Vadim perspective in terms of controlling the surroundings of each player, aka family, aka culture, education.
Y para nosotros, dentro de esa individualización, es muy importante crear las 4 patas del proceso formativo.
So through the whole structure, we formalize 4 main pillars of the teams and as a result of the players.
Lo técnico, lo táctico, lo condicional y lo emocional.
Techniques, tactics, conditional, physicality, and then emotional and psychological.
Hoy en día creo que el fútbol ha evolucionado en estas etapas mucho con respecto a hace varios años.
We evolved very much during the last few decades.
En España la sociedad ha cambiado.
Spain society also developed.
Los niños en etapas pequeñas ya no juegan tanto en la calle.
The underage kids does no longer play on the streets. I suppose it happens on your countries also.
Eso ha producido un deterioro en la creatividad, en la capacidad de generar patrones de movimiento innatos.
So that affects in a bad way its creativity and a way of adapting and flexibility in all senses.
Y que la propia calle pues haya formado naturalmente a esos jugadores.
That's only that a street can do it itself.
Ahora hay que transformarlo al día a día en un proceso más de laboratorio.
So we need to transfer that into our own process as the academies, more closer to a laboratory perspective even.
Por eso tenemos claro que dentro de nuestro modelo es muy importante individualizar ese proceso a nivel cognitivo, a nivel técnico, a nivel táctico y a nivel emocional.
So we must again individualize every aspect to every player because every player is different.
Que los entrenadores entiendan que es forman parte de una idea común.
So, and also the coaches to convince them that they are part of a common idea of the club.
Que crean en ello de verdad.
To believe on that idea themselves truly and genuinely.
Que ejecuten el proceso.
To execute it properly.
Y que entiendan que es un proceso a largo plazo.
And of course that it's a long-term perspective, not a short-term.
Es importante que no quieran ganar ellos, sino que hagan ganar a los jugadores.
Yeah, to make the player win, not the club even, in that sequence.
Es un trabajo muy grande. El club ha invertido mucho en la estructura que tiene actualmente.
It's a big work and the club invested a lot in this way of thinking and working.
Pero creo que hemos profesionalizado mucho ese sector para llegar a conseguir lo que comentas.
But he believes that we did it. We put it as professional as possible.
Nosotros empezamos a trabajar con los jugadores patrones de fuerza a los 10 años.
So we start to work on the players of 10 years old, even lower patrons and sequence of physicality, even at that age.
Eso hace 20 años era inviable.
So 20 years ago, this idea was unthinkable.
Hoy en día los cuerpos técnicos de nuestra academia tienen un primer entrenador, un segundo entrenador, un entrenador de fuerza, un entrenador que analiza el dato GPS, un entrenador de performance, un analista, un entrenador de desarrollo individual y el resto del staff técnico a nivel de servicios médicos.
Yeah, so on each age group and on each team, there is a niche staff. We have a coach, an assistant coach, physical preparation coach, the one of performance at the gym, connected to their ages, data analyst, we have medical services, we have individualization program department only for them, connected to the rest of the parts of the staff, so it's literally all for them.
Después de 10 años que llevamos con este modelo, lo que tengo muy claro es que si no controlamos el entorno de los jugadores es muy difícil poder llegar a culminar el proceso de talento.
And after more than a decade of experience doing this, he's pretty sure of the importance of, as Vadim was saying, the surrounds of each player.
How?
About what do you want me to focus on?
Focus on the club approach to developing young players. What about the focus here in Pafos?
Yeah, well, based on what they mentioned, individualization is also very important for us. Actually, I believe that for the agents as well, every individual is already different, so there's no way you can actually treat them all the same, even if you try. So it's part of it. Then in terms of distinguishing between performance and development, here I see it as slightly different, because I believe that even for agents, the better the players become, the more money they can create. So development, I don't think it finishes. No, in the end, it's always you're all continuously evolving. So you have to have a similar approach when they are old than when they are young, because when they're young, of course, it's not about winning, like he was saying, but also it's about creating a mindset that Paulo was mentioning. This mindset comes from the very young ages, and you have to handle how they deal with defeat so that they remain motivated to continue playing, and how they develop this mentality, this personality that in the future will turn into a football player who is resilient and who can continuously learn, help the team more, help the team win, and help the team get money if necessary. So I believe the philosophy is, like he said, also the street, to recover the street, to have the players playing. I believe the game itself has everything. No, all the things that we are measuring with data, it's in the game. If we focus about power, strength, everything is in the game. Because we have seen so many players. I don't know, I'm thinking of Maradona, that he didn't do any of the things that many people now are doing, and he was unbelievable, and he was still developing. No? And I've seen now Lamine Yamal in my previous experience at FC Barcelona, that he was training less days than we train here in Cyprus, only 4 days a week. Here we train 5 days a week. He was not doing individual sessions, he was not doing gym, he was not doing many things, and he's unbelievable at the age of 18. No? Of course, I believe talent can develop in many ways, but for sure, if they don't play. Also, I saw it when I was traveling in the east of Europe, especially, that they have the best gyms, much better than in Spain. I don't know Portugal, but better gyms than Spain, 100%, and 8 million budgets with youth in Hungary. And I don't see those many players coming up professionally. No? So I don't think the gym is the key factor. The key factor is the street, is playing football and letting them play, because many of them, they quit because of the pressure, because of, I don't know if it's coming from the agents, coming from the families, coming from the coaches, coming from everyone. So handling this, being patient and understanding that the player who will arrive, we cannot control it, I believe this should be the philosophy.
Let's speak frankly. Football academies are often seen as the factories of future stars. But in reality, only a small number and percentage of players make it to the top level, straight to the Team A. Are academies sometimes creating unrealistic expectation for young talent, or not? What do you think about it?
Esa es buena pregunta.
Good question.
Yo creo que depende del club. No todos los clubes son iguales. Pero haciendo referencia a lo que decía el compañero Paulo anteriormente.
So it depends on the club. Indeed, it's a good question, but depending on the club, we can follow a little bit the lines of what Paulo was mentioning before.
Hay una realidad evidente dentro del fútbol formativo hoy en día que para mi punto de vista es peligrosa.
There is a reality that we can't deny in football environment, and it's a bit dangerous.
Todos los jugadores quieren llegar a la élite lo antes posible y ganar el mayor dinero posible lo antes posible.
Every player wants to get into professional standard as soon as possible and make as much money as possible.
No tienen paciencia.
There's no patience.
Todo el mundo quiere ser, como decía Pau, Lamine Yamal.
Everyone wants to say Lamine Yamal.
Con el problema de que todo el mundo no puede ser Lamine Yamal con 15 años.
With the problem that not everyone is going to be Lamine Yamal.
Eso obliga muchas veces a los clubes dada la regulación que hoy en día hay FIFA, estoy de acuerdo con Paulo, lo que comentaba antes, a acelerar procesos de manera inadecuada.
That's why FIFA protected, but also he believes about the reboost the processes of the players.
Porque si no, el jugador seguramente reciba propuestas económicas muy interesantes en otros países o en otros contextos que te obliguen a hacer cosas que no está el jugador preparado.
Because if we don't do it, someone else will do somewhere else afterwards.
Muchas veces intenta desde que los jugadores son jóvenes llevar un proceso correcto a nivel individual, porque todo el mundo no puede llevar el mismo proceso, y cuando va llegando la etapa competitiva, eso todo se acelera.
Yeah, so at the end of the steps there is a competition stage, so it's no longer individualization but result. That's the truth, even though we're still in the academy, so we kind of forget a little bit the individuals because of the result.
Por lo tanto, hay clubes que pueden manejar esos contextos de manera adecuada y otros que no tienen opciones de hacerlo.
And it's a complicated thing. That's why some clubs can do properly well. Some clubs I would say they're kind of victims of it.
Es un problema de analizar en el futuro porque podremos cometer el error de acelerar procesos de perfiles de jugadores y no llegar a la élite por precipitaciones.
So we should reflect and sleep on this because we are on a dangerous path of boosting too much and too soon some profiles that are not ready yet.
Y en esa pregunta yo creo que hay un debate amplio para clubes, agentes, entorno de jugadores, entrenadores. Todo el mundo del fútbol creo que debería de reflexionar al respecto.
And this is something that again he underlines that every club must rethink about this in order not to be a victim but a key factor also.
Entre otras cosas porque uno de los factores más importantes que debe de tener un jugador cuando llega a la élite es tener un control emocional y una personalidad adecuada. Y eso en el proceso de academia se va construyendo, no está en un proceso terminado.
Especially because among some other things the player must have an emotional state that fits perfectly well in a professional environment and that it's only taken by time.
Paul, so I think it's a difficult question for you, but especially when Roman is here. But can you tell me the true purpose of Football Academy of Pafos and clubs like Pafos? Is it producing elite professionals, development well-rounded individuals, or creating sustainable value for a club?
I believe it's all together. The thing is, where do you put the priority? Because if the priority is to get money, then it will not bring you probably to developing players, but instead to be rushed. No? So if instead you focus on developing players, which indeed in the end it means investment, you know that the rest of the things will come out to you in ways that you don't expect. Maybe a player that you are treating very well, even though you know that the likelihood of becoming professional might not be very high. In the future, I don't know, he's an investor, whatever, and it comes out back to you after 20 years in a different way, so you never know. So in the end, we have this commitment, this social commitment as a club, but in the end, we're here to develop that he was saying what a coach does, no? And it was literally everything, you're everything as a coach and as academy. Now that we have so many professionals involved, in the end, it's this, we are dealing with human beings that have a lot of needs, and we have to help them as much as possible in everything to help the first team, but also for many other things.
Carlos, can you just give us some thoughts about your work in Madrid? Because you have a very, very powerful neighbor. And so when the kids try to decide between La Fábrica and La Cantera, what makes him sure that Atletico Madrid is better than Real Madrid?
Well, it's about of massive amount of exposure in a proper way. To boost too much a player, a career of a player, sometimes, as Vadim was saying, is not a good thing. To boost as Canito, Nathanael, and following Atletico's line on a proper tempo is a key factor. So if a club can put that massive amount of exposure to competition, but in a proper way, then develops the player, not only physically, but technically, but tactically, but emotionally speaking, as good as. That doesn't mean that cases as Jamil Lamal doesn't happen without this long process, but that those are the beautiful exceptions that football has. That's why we love football, basically. But it's about the exposure to competition.
Maybe nothing else.
A ver, el Real Madrid con respecto al Atlético de Madrid hay diferencias muy evidentes que nos encontramos en el día a día.
So we find ourselves trapped sometimes in situations with huge differences between clubs, even in Madrid.
Son ideas muy diferentes y es lo que creo que nos hace poder convivir dentro del contexto competitivo de la ciudad.
That also helps us to increase the performance even in the city of Madrid.
Nosotros preferimos realizar un proceso de scouting muy verdadero a la hora de elegir esos perfiles que vamos a poder desarrollar. Creemos que debemos de desarrollar ese proceso de una manera firme y no cambiar durante el camino.
So we put emphasis in scouting at younger ages. So you must surround yourself with good people who pick the best profiles, and at the same time, or just after that, to follow and take care of the projects individually. Again.
Creemos en ellos hasta el final porque el proceso es lo que creemos los que nos sentimos orgullosos.
And we must believe in them, and that makes us feel so proud of them.
Y el Real Madrid en ese aspecto pues tiende más a acumular talento.
On the other hand, you can see other clubs such as Real Madrid following the purpose of accumulation of talent.
No le importa por generación tener en la misma posición 2 o 3 jugadores del mismo nivel.
Let's say they don't care to have 2 or 3 players, same standard, same position, the same team. One playing, the other ones don't.
Esa competencia interna a ellos pues les favorece porque ellos piensan que el jugador de mayor talento es el que saldrá ganador.
They promote the best talent between those 4, let's say, so that's their ideas.
Y nosotros pensamos que en esa idea siempre hay un damnificado.
But we think that idea, that perspective, that damnifies some other profiles.
Es muy importante lo que hablamos antes, si los jugadores son activos o personas.
That's following the question of, is the player an asset or a person?
Si en academia, en edades tempranas, cometemos el error de entender que son activos, vamos a destrozar la vida de muchos jóvenes.
If on an academy level we now start to think the players as an assets, then we are going to destroy so many.
Esa es la principal diferencia que puede haber dentro del desarrollo. Nosotros tenemos un proceso más metodológico, más instaurado dentro del desarrollo individual, dentro del proceso académico, y ellos lo elevan al acumular talento.
It's about that's the main difference, basically. Result in accumulation over formation.
Pau, should a football academy follow the same tactical principles as a first team? What do you think?
Well, we spoke with Cristiano about this when I arrived here, and I believe it should be the club, the one who should have an identity, rather than the coach, no? Which, if the club has the identity and is the highest level in the hierarchy, he will pick a coach that follows this idea, and then the coaches or the academy directors and everyone in the youth will follow this because it's set by the club. And I believe it's very difficult for a club not to have an identity, even if you want or not, you will have it probably, with an anti-cultural thing, kind of, but promote it as much as you can. So I think it should be the club, and this way there's no way you have the head coach going one direction and the academy going to another one. But for sure there will be differences. I believe the way football is that there's no only one way of playing or being correct. There's infinite ways of playing properly. It allows this to happen, to have a slightly different visions, but try to make sure that there is a connection between the first team and the youth for sure, so that we speak a similar language, football-wise.
Carlos, Nathaniel? Yes. How often Diego Simeone take part, in academy's life, attended some matches and made some notes about academy?
I wouldn't say names and I wouldn't say times. It's just about following not the first team values, but the DNA of the club. If the DNA of the club is well integrated, then it's integrated by Nathaniel.
Can you give us an example of a DNA of the Athletic Madrid, how it implemented in academy?
This is a very good question. Can you give me an example of the DNA of Atletico? So it means we show it in every game. What's the DNA of Atletico, you think?
Well, it's always changed. For example, from my point of view, 5 years ago, it was another system. The system of play, system of cojones by Diego Simeone. Nowadays is another story. That's why I couldn't tell myself what is the DNA of Atletico Madrid.
So it's even more a complicated question between the game model changes and evolves, so the identity science remains. So the identity science, I will not throw again another question for you. It's just the identity science that of, I would say, resilience, I would say courage, I would say players who never give up on an emotional perspective. But to really, truly believe in that, and then on a football-wise, teams who wants to be as vertical as possible, as quick as possible, and that goes from Nathaniel Cano to myself, to the other coaches, and if he believes in that, we believe in that, and as a result, our message makes the players believe also. And suddenly, just by magic, the players integrate that.
Hay una anécdota graciosa de Fernando Torres que nos comentaba hace muy poco.
He wants to show, this is a story about Fernando Torres. I'm pretty sure you remember that. He's the coach of our second team, B team.
Decía que cuando él lo entrenaba Luis Aragonés,
He was saying, Fernando, that when he was being coached by Luis Aragonés,
decía que los sistemas de juego eran un código de barras.
he was saying that the game models and tactics were just numbers, I'll say.
No le daba sentido.
Yeah, for him, there was no sense, real sense.
Los sistemas de juego dentro de una academia, para nosotros, es una herramienta más del desarrollo de los jugadores.
So systems on an academy perspective must have the proper space, and in this case, it's just a part of the chain.
Es complejo intentar igualar los conceptos de un sistema de juego equiparables al primer equipo, porque los contextos que se encuentran nuestros jugadores en academia son totalmente diferentes.
It's impossible to compare academy standards with our professional first team because the contexts are completely different. Even the players from one season to another, you don't change that much on an academy, but on the first team they change 7 players. So
sí intentamos tener unas señas de identidad, que eso sí son importantes.
Nevertheless, we do follow identity signs regarding this matter, indeed.
Lo que comentabas anteriormente, pues equipos que transiten, que tengan un press tras pérdida, que sean
transitions,
que sean intensos, que tengan buenos conceptos defensivos.
Intensity, those cojones things that you were saying before, transfer into tactics.
Que tengan ritmo, que tengan una capacidad condicional de repetir esfuerzos.
Pace, good state of physicality in order to repeat efforts all the time. So I would say it's an identity.
Eso son señas de identidad a nivel general.
Yeah, that's a general identity signs that we must follow, and that's CLAP's identity signs.
Nosotros, más que sistema de juegos, intentamos crear contextos competitivos de exigencia dentro de las diferentes edades de formación.
Instead of game models, we promote scenarios of competition, and as I was saying before, for the players in order to offer them as wide as possible of possibilities of competition during the whole process of formation.
Incluso España, que creemos que tiene un buen sistema de competición creado hace muchos años.
Even Spain, that we consider that it has a very good competition,
ya se está quedando obsoleto.
Is still obsolete sometimes.
Hay un profundo análisis interno para la reestructuración de las competiciones.
We need to readjust competition even in Spain because the highest part is lacking in competition sometimes.
Pues tenemos firme creencia en que la exigencia competitiva en edades tempranas es la que le va a dar el desarrollo a futuro.
So rather than just beating every team since they were young, we must demand them into higher levels since they were young. Part of the formation, but being demanding.
Después podremos hablar de multifactores a nivel de modelos de juego y de sistemas de juego.
Then we can talk about football, tactics and stuff, but first, what's inside of the players.
Carlos, you're involved with the UEFA Youth League, and you see lots of talents from across Europe. But can you tell us what the key difference between academies who produce top-level players and those who struggles?
Well, I feel very young here between you guys, but I've seen a lot. And competition, exposure to competition, again, I repeat myself, but it's a key factor. And then if the club believes in the player, then suddenly, truly, they create a path of development individualized to each other. Then those expectations are transferred to the player in a good way, and also to the family. And it happens, I don't want to be romantic, but it happens that if kind of is a feeling, it smells like when you say hi to a player that the club believes in himself or herself. And he believes that the club believes in him. When you say hi to him, you say hi to a player that is potentially part of the first team. Maybe not. But all the club believes in that, since the academy director, which is Nathanael, since myself, which is part of the expeditions, since the coach, since the medical services. So it's part of to make them believe that you believed in them. Not just that you believed in them, but just to make them believe like that. And it's not something that I see in Atletico. We were discussing this, Nathanael and myself, yesterday. It's something that we see also in other clubs in Spain. By necessity sometimes, or by proposition sometimes. You believe in a player, you put it on the show, and Afterwards, they become professional players. Oh, he's very good. Yeah, but listen, you offered the exposition to competition at the beginning, and you believe in that, and that means, again, to promote formation over result, even at the last part of professional first division, I would say Champions League. Otherwise, you see top clubs giving youth talent the chance for what? Not for result. For ulterior future result, that's for sure. That means that's the translation of that is formation, once more.
Paul, with data analytics and technology and global scouting networks becoming more important, how do you see the role of academies evolving over the next decade?
I think we don't have to lose the focus, that we are working with people and that the players must be in the center. It's my feeling that sometimes we look at numbers and we forget what those numbers respond to. No? And we say, no, today he only ran these kilometers, but we don't even look at what games we proposed, what position was he playing, and why he ran more or less. No? Or even if something happened, maybe, for example, if you are more dominant with the ball, you have more possession, you will not run the same kilometers than if you don't have the possession. No? And data is still pushing us to just look at how many kilometers did he run. Based on that, there are judgments made to the players and shared with the players. No? Like they were saying, they share with the players the data and they go and say, you didn't play good because you ran less. Yeah, but what if the game is asking me to run less? Do you want the players to be intelligent or do you want them to be stupid? Because if you want them stupid, okay, we go with artificial intelligence rather than biological intelligence, which also exists. I remember a few years ago that they were talking about a battery that they wanted to develop to set an alarm for the coaches to know when to sub a player. And the first thing I thought is like, where is the player telling to the coach that he cannot continue or that he's feeling something? Because you see with the years that the older they become, the more intelligent they are and the better they manage it. But before that, they got some injuries. But maybe injuries are part of the process and we just work on avoiding them when sometimes one not that bad injury will save a terrible injury in the future. So for me, this is the key. Like, do we want intelligent players? Because it's not only deciding the right thing to be intelligent in the game, it's also understanding your body. It's also being able to prepare yourself to eat what works good for you, rather than having a nutritionist only telling me, let's have a nutritionist educating me to find my way. Because we said individualization is the key. So how come if individualization is the key, why data is the same for everyone?
Well, it's what can I fully agree with this. Thank you. Top. No, really. But the thing is, what cannot be measured cannot be controlled, as Roma was saying about technology. Now we have the situation and the scenario that technology is increasing even faster than we understood. So we need to evolve at the same pace and the same time. So the people who is working with technology, physical coaches, performance coaches, analysts, must also be adapted and adapt themselves at the same rhythm as technology is doing, which is way faster than a human pace, we'll say. So it's in a scenario of specialization, it's in a scenario of reading 4 times more than before, it's in a scenario of paying attention to trends. I heard the word trends a few times in here, and it's true now more than ever. So technology is a thing now. It's already integrated in every club. Now it must be a way of investment to every club. And I do believe football, from an emotional perspective, I love it through that perspective. But technology came here to stay for good.
Just for me to clarify, of course I see technology very valuable, but it's how we manage it. No, it's important to contrast what data is saying with the feelings that players are having, because they will always have. No, and sometimes we are not taking risk or trying things just because of data that we don't even know if it's right, and then we don't know how to blame. Like whoever produced the technology. But it's like, okay, then do we want to have professionals who make decisions, or do we just want a machine to make the decision and then rely on them and do all the same? Because now we're all doing the same, the clubs, if we all follow the same standards, let's say. No?
A ver, para nosotros está todo dicho, muy bien redactado por los dos.
It's all said about technology, but
nosotros, lógicamente, la tecnología es muy, muy importante en la próxima década.
Technology is important now, but it will be imperative in the next decade.
Pero para mi punto de vista, por lo que genera la expectativa del dato.
But he thinks that about the expectations that the data generates.
No por lo que el dato dice en la actualidad.
Not because of what the data truly says.
Es cierto que hay determinados registros a nivel condicional que se pueden cuantificar en estas etapas.
So there are some things that you can actually quantify, that's for sure.
Y sobre todo si tienes un trabajo de data de muchos años, puedes tener una comparativa del dato.
Especially if it's a work of years, so you can compare information in between years of the same player.
Pero teniendo en cuenta la multitud de variables que puede tener el proceso del desarrollo del jugador.
But at the same time, there are so many things surrounding a player that technology cannot afford.
A nivel de picos madurativos, desarrollo mental, aspectos colaterales de familia, etc. etc.
Just growth, maduration, peaks, lows, valleys, families. It's impossible to control for us, even for technology.
El dato sí, pero con inteligencia.
Data, yes, but with intelligence, human biological intelligence, as Pau was saying.
Can you go us through your inner circle of life? I mean, when you see the 4 graduated from La Masia in Barcelona starting lineup in Champions League, what do you expect from your bosses? They will say, give us some numbers, or is it your own way, or what happened?
A ver, nosotros somos un club que nos llevamos muy bien con el FC Barcelona.
We have a very strong relationship in a good way with Barcelona.
Incluso admiramos lo que hacen.
We even admire what we do.
Una parte de su conceptología la estamos intentando introducir dentro de la academia.
So, and as a result, we are trying to emulate some key aspects of their structure into ours.
Pero ellos tienen un aspecto social político que es difícilmente explicable.
But they have a totally different context in terms of socially speaking and politics.
Forma parte de la sociedad catalana.
So it's part of this society of Barcelona and Catalonia.
El aficionado culé cree en eso.
So the fan of Barcelona believes in that.
El club cree en eso.
The club believes also in that.
Pero es cierto que sacan unos perfiles de jugadores muy específicos.
But it's true, we were talking about this before, the players that they develop are equally in the same segment, different position, but same kind of...
Jugadores que cuando salen de la Masía no tienen fácil la adaptación a otros contextos.
Players that fits perfectly well in Barcelona context, but when they release Barcelona protection, jumping into somewhere else, it's complicated for them to adapt. Not in all cases, but most of it.
Porque están desarrollados en una manera muy específica.
Because they're developed on a very specific way of thinking and playing.
Con una conceptología tanto cognitiva como técnica muy específica.
Cognitive and technically very specific.
La realidad es que lo que trabaja el FC Barcelona yo no lo he visto en ningún club más.
The truth and the reality is that what he saw on Barcelona's academy, he never seen that before.
Tengo que decir que para mí es un club único.
That is a unique club.
It's very and by the way, tomorrow in the morning session we will have João Amaral, head of scouting of FC Barcelona. So we talk about it a little bit later. So finally, if you a young player, Paul, or parents were choosing an academy today, what should they look for, ensure the best environment for long-term development? What do you think?
I'm not brave enough to say what is the ideal environment for a player to develop, and I'm going to explain you why. I now think about Pedri, that is the player that I admire the most now. When I watch him play, I say, I wish I could play like you. Because this guy, he was until the age of 15, he was not playing for any top club, any La Liga club, and he's from an island, so not that easy, not that difficult to find him. Then he signed for Las Palmas. He was there, I think, with the U19. Maybe he started playing at the age of 16, promoted to second division directly. After 1 year, he was playing Champions League, not Youth League, Champions League. No, so what explains this? And he has the same DNA that FC Barcelona, and he was not there. What explains this? should I have told Pedri to come to La Masia at the age of 12, let's say? Because many, and this is just one case, and I'm using the most famous one probably, but the truth is we don't know. And sometimes I remember the FA director, Martin Deagle, that I think he was later in Liverpool, that he was saying we have found out that when we sign the best centre backs, we sign they are until a later age they play for teams who are not very good because they are defending more. No, and the same with goalkeepers. Yeah, me myself, I played with one player in Girona that he came when he was 18. In 2 years, he was in Real Madrid. He was in the first team, Ruben. No, he never played any in the top team. Actually, when he was U16, he was in the worst division in Catalonia. So again, I'm not saying I wouldn't recommend them things. No, I would go to a club that promotes players, that trusts the youth, that has a good ecosystem. No, like good professionals, good facilities, people you can trust. No, and that also you feel good where you go. I believe this is important. No, if you are I don't know. Well, I was going to say now. If you don't like FC Barcelona the way they play, don't go there. Or if you don't like Atlético de Madrid, don't go there because then you're not going to be comfortable. So just go to a place where you feel comfortable for whatever reason. Maybe it is because the residency is very good, because the professionals, you feel very confident with them, because it's close to your home. So for the player to go somewhere where he feels good, besides football. But also again now, Iniesta wouldn't exist because of that, because he was crying so much when he went to La Masia, no? Or Messi in this case, he came with a family. The cases that I know the most, no? So, but to look for certain standards, knowing that sometimes we might be lying if we say the best for you is this.
Esto para mí tiene una reflexión colateral también.
So there is a collateral reflection with this.
Me viene a la idea, Paulo, que comentaba anteriormente, que estaba cansado de que los jugadores compraran un coche para los 6 meses, venderlo y posteriormente comprarse otro.
Can come to his mind Paulo's examples about the lack of patience because of the car, spending cars and then buying another one which is the same car and all the rest of it.
Es una gran pregunta para qué debe de pensar un padre para elegir una buena academia.
So it's a big question. What do a parent or a mother must think in order to pick an academy?
Es importante que del fútbol formativo no se pierda el modelo educativo a nivel escolar.
It's crucial, imperative not to forget the education throughout the whole process.
Yo soy de los que piensa que esos jugadores que compran y venden coches no han tenido una buena formación académica.
So he thinks that the players that buy and sell expensive cars did not have a very good process of education before.
El único plan que tienen en su vida es haber llegado a la élite.
Because the only plan was that.
Yo creo que hay formas de hacer compaginar ambas partes.
But there are different ways to do it and a way to integrate everything. You can do everything.
Creemos que hay tiempo para todo.
There's time for everything.
Es cierto que hoy en día el proceso de aceleración competitivo de determinados clubes obligan a dejar de lado ese aspecto educativo.
And let's be real, some scenarios of some clubs push the players to forget about that formation into result now.
Nosotros teníamos una experiencia competitiva en Youth League hace un día.
We had the bad competitive experience of Youth League the day before coming to Cyprus.
Nos hemos enfrentado a un equipo en etapa sub-19 que en el 80% de su equipo juega ya en fútbol profesional.
We faced Club Brugge, who most of the players of that squad already played on a professional level, second division, senior.
En un contexto profesional absoluto.
Fully professional context.
No estudian.
No, they don't study, probably.
Los nuestros están en un proceso de competición menos exigente.
Ours have, I would say, slightly less context of competition.
Pero coincide con estudios de bachillerato en España importantísimos para acceder a la universidad.
But it's mandatory for them, because of us, for them to study.
Por lo tanto, todo el proceso competitivo no podemos darle esa formación en el día a nivel profesional para ocupar una gran parte del día y solo ocupan una parte del día.
Yeah, exactly. So it's headache to integrate all the things, but you as a club must do it, and we actually do properly well.
Sería importante saber qué quieren los padres con su hijo. Que llegue al fútbol profesional, que está muy bien, pero posteriormente al fútbol, ¿qué?
So that's been said, to re-ask the parents, what do you want the kid to do after a successful professional career?
¿Qué porcentaje de jugadores llegan realmente?
How many players, firstly, get into professional level, and how many get lost? And I think also that the parents, they don't really know. I don't know if it was Vadim or Paulo was saying about to even convince the parent, or I think it was Vadim, because of, at the end of the day, a 12-year-old kid cannot decide, truly. And even what the parent says, they will say.
Es una reflexión, simplemente son activos, son personas, para nosotros son personas, antes que activos.
Yeah. Assets, person, for us, person.
Activos
For
se
sure.
convertirán cuando lleguen al fútbol profesional.
Ultimately, if it happens, they will become an asset of the industry itself. But firstly a person.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's a good exclamation mark for the end of this discussion. Thank you very much. So we have some time for lunch right now. Oh, you have a question. Yeah, I can see. Lots of questions. 2 questions. 3 questions. No lunch. Yeah. No, just wait a second. Wait a second.
Thank you very much. Brilliant moderating, by the way. And congratulations on the great discussion, this one and the previous panel, Vadim and Paulo. Bravo. My question is, so actually I was thinking about data a lot. Well, you also mentioned it. You know, many people here looking at markets currently, they're up and down. And in markets, you say past performance is not very informative for future performance. But still, we focus a lot on data now, and I'm a big believer in data, to be honest. I think it helps a lot. But when we think about academies, so how do you draw the line between explaining players it's important to improvise, because it really is, you know, and this is nothing you can teach in a drill, so kids need to play, ideally on the street. And then also teaching them that, you know, their statistics also count. So if Atletico or Pafos or Liverpool want to scout them, they're going to look at data. So that's the first question. And the second one is, I really enjoyed what you said about education, and obviously we know only some small part of the kids are going to become professionals. First, what is the percentage of kids in Atletico's youth academy that make it to professional football? Because, you know, in England, U14 kids, only 3% make it. In Netherlands, probably 10%. And what is the situation in Atletico? And then this part about education, you know, you cannot teach, obviously, talent. You can only partly influence what happens in the family. You can teach, you know, techniques. You can help kids become physically better. But mentality and what Paulo said, I think, you know, Renato Sanchez, great player, didn't make it. João Neves, great player, but also strong mentality, which is obviously also education, family, and what you do at the club. So what is the, let's say, the fine balance between data and imagination, and between training and education? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. And I will jump to the first one. Well, my opinion, Renato Sanchez succeed. He didn't win the Ballon d'Or, but succeed, you know, on a regular basis. Now, the first one question was about technology. I will ask you now, which are the players that you like to see the most? Probably the cooler ones are the more creative ones, right? That's football as a show reveals. Now, creativity is no shoulder by shoulder with technology. Technology must embrace and foment and put emphasis and reinforce creativity. And at the end of the day, this is a sport of, okay, mistakes, timing, spaces, but also creativity. And the more if we use technology, no matter the market situation, because again, the market will read what is now, but it will adapt in a ways that we cannot imagine. But as long as the technology can create the scenarios of creativity of the players, creativity in the sense of Barcelona way of thinking, creativity is in the way of Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid way of thinking. It doesn't really matter as long as reinforce the development. We're good. The moment technology wants to eat more part of the cake, then we need to sit down again and readjust it.
It's about this point. Let me ask you. Well, let me tell you one thing. Creativity is also data, but it's not measured because technology doesn't know how to measure it. But it's important if one player runs, and this it runs very fast. But it's more important that he starts running at the right moment, because if he starts too early, there's going to be no offside. So if this player knows how to play the offside, this is creativity. This is adaptability, being capable of playing, of being intelligent. It's important if you're not fast enough to use your arm to stop the run of the opponent, because one player goes 35 kilometers per hour if nobody touches him. If Usain Bolt plays football, I have a video of Usain Bolt that I use a lot. He's not good running, and he's the fastest man in the world, because if they push him, he falls, because he runs in a way that he has no balance. This is football. If you go to athletics, okay, data has another perspective. But in football, everything we observe, with technology or without, is data. Everything. But there is many data that is not monitored, and more important for me is not that we don't have the data, it's that the data is not interconnected. And the way we work is everything is interconnected. This is technical, tactical, it's everything. How much they run, they are winning 4-0 and they continue running, of course. They are winning 4-0.
Thank you. And the second question was...
La segunda pregunta, creo que ha sido muy interesante. Agradecido por las dos preguntas.
Yeah, beautiful two questions.
Comparto con usted una información.
So we will share an information to you.
La Liga, que es la competición de primera división profesional en España, creó un proyecto hace aproximadamente 5 años.
So La Liga, the Spanish First Division, created a project 5 years ago.
Que nos pareció muy acertado y a lo que lo agradecimos.
And everyone were agreed with this.
Quiso, mediante unas métricas, evaluar el nivel de modelos educativos que tenían cada academia de fútbol profesional en España.
They wanted to control and find some information about the different education process that each academy has across Spain.
Quería, precisamente, crear una competencia entre las diferentes academias para evaluar quién tenía los mejores datos académicos.
They wanted also to compete in between academies. Who else has the best degree, you know?
En este proyecto podía intervenir todos los clubes de la Liga de Fútbol Profesional, tanto de primera como de segunda división.
Every single team or club in between First Division and Second Division can go over there.
El único club que no ha participado es el Real Madrid.
The only one who didn't participate, you know who? Maybe Barcelona now.
Barça sí, lo que no ha compartido los datos.
Exactly, Barça now participate, but they didn't share the info.
Nosotros estamos muy orgullosos de poder estar en el tercer lugar.
So we are very proud to be on the third position.
Los dos clubes más importantes de España en el dato educativo a nivel escolar son el Atlético de Bilbao y la Real Sociedad.
So the best two clubs on the educational model are Athletic Bilbao and Real Sociedad.
Nosotros estamos en tercer lugar.
We are on the third position.
Con un 80% de aprobados en bachillerato, que es el previo al acceso a universidad.
80% of successful cases before university.
Y un 60% de jugadores con acceso a universidad.
60% of our players can have access to university.
Esto, creedme, no se puede hacer si en el club no hay una creencia absoluta en que esto se produzca.
This cannot be happen without the club believing in this and investing in this in so many ways.
Nosotros invertimos en cada jugador nuestro de la etapa de sub-16 para arriba 1.000 euros mensuales de colegio.
So we invest 1,000 euro per month per player in terms of education.
Digo invertimos porque lógicamente si el club lo contabilizara como un gasto, no lo haría.
And it's an investment, not a cost, because if you measure that as a cost, then you don't do it.
Porque el porcentaje de jugadores que se forman a nivel educativo con nosotros y que no llegan al fútbol profesional es muy alto.
Because there's so many players, that's been said, that doesn't make it into the first team or professional standard, but they do have access to university.
Para nosotros se ha convertido en una herramienta potente a nivel de scouting.
So now that's help us to scout players because it now is part of our tools to scout and attract players.
Porque afortunadamente no todos los padres tienen como única meta que su hijo llegue al fútbol profesional.
Because thanks God that not every parent thinks only about performance but also about education.
Para que no se produzca lo que decía Paulo de comprar un coche y a los 6 meses venderlo.
So in order to avoid spending a car and then buying another one 6 months later in different cases.
Thank you. Another question, please.
Thank you very much for the discussion. It was a really great matter to discuss. And thank you for moderating also the discussion. The first question, if we have time to do 2 questions. Yeah. The first question is that before you mentioned how a player should reach a certain emotional state to be able to play professionally or reach the elite level. Do you think is that reaching of the certain emotional state more important than reaching the technical and tactical ability of a certain state to play professionally? More important than having, I mean, in an example, we have 2 cases of players. One player has already reached the emotional state that you've mentioned, but hasn't really reached the technical and tactical state. But another player has reached the technical and tactical state that you have mentioned, but isn't even that close to reaching the emotional state that you need to play professionally. As an academy, do you believe that investing in the first option is better than investing in the second option, or you don't have like an objective opinion about this matter?
A ver, es una pregunta excelente.
Excellent question. Thank you.
Para mí es la clave de todo.
That's the key of everything.
Podemos comentar multitud de casos que han tenido un enorme nivel técnico-táctico, pero a nivel de personalidad y nivel emocional no son capaces de estar a la altura.
So many cases, rockets in terms of technical and tactical stuff, and then not yet.
Nosotros estamos ahora haciendo un proyecto con el departamento de psicología.
So we're now doing a project inside of the club with the psychology department.
Con la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid.
With the Autónoma University of Madrid.
En donde creamos contexto en inteligencia artificial.
In which we create concepts and context with artificial intelligence.
Y visualizamos contextos diferentes para ver cuál es la respuesta de los jugadores.
Just to see how they react to different stimulus.
Esto es un proyecto piloto, está en pruebas.
It's a beta pilot project now at the moment.
Que nos va a permitir poder sacar determinados aspectos psicológicos en cuestión del control emocional, de cómo responde ante situaciones de estrés.
Just to close the gap between those things, psychological and technology, in order to control the metrics in between stress, decision making under it, pressure, and all the rest of it.
Cómo responde ante diferentes problemas emocionales de diferentes índoles.
How they respond, emotionally speaking, to different situations.
Porque no tenemos ninguna duda que el factor emocional y el factor de personalidad son determinantes a la hora de llegar al fútbol profesional.
Because emotional factors, we truly believe that are crucial to get into the first level and then maintain it. Talent will get you there and then.
Eso unido a crear en ellos situaciones desde pequeños, aunque a veces no se entienda, desde pequeños, de mucha exigencia competitiva.
So, and also that exposure of competition that we mentioned before is also part of the emotional development of the players. The more struggle and hardships that you offer to them, the best that they're going to be developed at the end.
Esto, tenemos que tener 2 variables. Gente que tiene un pico madurativo a nivel emocional muy rápido.
So we have 2 different measures. The ones who are maturatively speaking very high at a very young age.
Gente que lo tiene más lento.
people that are not that mature at some age.
Pero hay determinadas edades donde el dato sí puede ser analizable y puede ser real.
But the truth is that data indeed say relevant information at some age groups at the very end of the academic formation.
¿Qué queremos conseguir con esto?
And what we want to do with this is
tenemos la ligera idea de que al cabo de varios años ya del proyecto,
our idea is that after so many years of this project developing it,
podemos hacer un filtro con determinados perfiles que realmente puedan tener acceso a la élite.
we can digest the information, put some filters and say yes or no in terms of emotion states to those players into a pro level.
Y sobre todo lo más importante, detectar los que no.
And also more important to detect who doesn't.
So we have, data comments about your speeches.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Molina, and I'm actually a football agent in Switzerland. And for the last 10 years, I've specialized on bringing Spanish players to the Swiss League to try to improve the quality of the Swiss League. So first and foremost, congratulations on Omar Jenab, because his value is, he's a striker that was signed by Lausanne Sport in January, and he's doing a phenomenal job, and his value has doubled in the last 60 days or something really phenomenal. But I mean, in the last panel discussions that we've listened to, there was a lot about success of, only a few players actually make it, the big ones, etc. Not everyone has the mentality or for whatever reasons. And I've seen that players, in my experience, some, especially when they come from very strong leagues like Spain, it's very competitive, it's very big, and they can reach the bottleneck. But what I've also seen and been able to practice in my own job is that these players are actually able to expand themselves and develop further in leagues like Spain where they weren't able to do it. And this means in other secondary leagues, for example, Switzerland or even Cyprus or different leagues around Europe, where they're able to continue and create a pathway that there wasn't one. And this, I find, this is the niche that we develop, and it's something that works incredibly well. I can use the example of, for example, Demirovic, who I took from Alaves when he was on loan from Almeria, and he was really going nowhere. I took him to St. Gallen, and he just exploded, and I mean, he plays for Stuttgart now. His value is massive. That's a real success story. But my point is that the methodology and the value that your academies bring are so exportable. I'm wondering, my question is, do you depend or rely on that percentage of youngsters who aren't going to make it into your first team, but they can still explode and become great players on the international stage?
Muy agradecido por esa pregunta también.
Well, thank you for the question and reflection because it's very important.
Comentarte que nosotros somos un club atípico.
We are a non-regular club regarding that matter.
Atípico, y te explico el porqué.
And this is why.
Tenemos unos responsables de academia dentro del Consejo de Administración.
We have responsibles of the academy inside of the board members of the club.
Que no solo miran fútbol.
That they don't only watch for football.
Miran en el proceso de cuidado a la persona.
They watch the process of the player care of the person itself.
Hace mucho tiempo que creamos un departamento de educación.
It's long ago that we created an educational department.
Que trabaja junto con el departamento de player care.
Working at the same time, shoulder by shoulder, with the player care department also.
Y que se dedican a hacer el seguimiento de esos jugadores que no van a llegar a nuestro primer equipo y que lo sabemos.
So as a result of this, we follow the players that are no longer inside of our structure because of those scenarios that you were mentioning, even after they left the club.
¿Por qué lo hacemos?
Why we do this?
El club creó hace aproximadamente unos 11 años el proyecto 360.
So because the club created 11 years ago almost the 360 project.
¿Qué quiere decir el proyecto 360?
And this is
que todos los jugadores que no lleguen al fútbol profesional y que académicamente se formen,
that all the players that cannot make it to a professional level,
a igualdad de currículum,
on an equitative level of formation and education,
tienen preferencia para entrar en la bolsa laboral del club.
So they have a preference site into getting to the club.
Nosotros, todos los departamentos del club,
So all the departments of the club,
marketing, comunicación, servicios médicos, área deportiva, proyectos internacionales, etc., etc., etc.,
every single one,
hay jugadores de la academia.
there are players of the academy. You want to know which one? Myself.
Que no llegaron a ser jugadores de élite,
We didn't make it,
pero que acompañaron el proceso dentro de unas categorías que no eran profesionales.
but we follow the process and now we understand the synergies.
Para responder a tu pregunta, nunca abandonamos a los jugadores.
So we never quit on them. There are some cases that goes to those leagues, and that's a perfect niche for you and amazing. We don't promote it, but also we open room for the other cases to work.
De ahí el eslogan, nunca dejes de creer.
That's why we working on the lines of never stop believing, which is a slogan of the club.
Thank you. We have last but not least question.
Okay, guys, first, thank you very much for very nice discussion. Just a last question, which one probably will be interesting for the many people is here. I know in a B team you have the Cypriot boy, yeah? It's again Contis, who's playing to Athletic Madrid. Is it how he's doing, and what is his future? Yeah?
Pues ahora está lesionado de rodilla, pero es un jugador que creemos que si no se hubiera lesionado hubiera tenido ese acceso a nuestro primer equipo.
So sadly, he's injured at the moment, quite severe on the knee. But if that didn't happen, we strongly believe that he would make it.
Ahí voy mucho a la referencia de lo que comentaban los compañeros Vadim y Paulo anteriormente.
Let's fish two things from Vadim's and Paulo's discussion before.
Alrededor del jugador se toman decisiones que no siempre favorecen al jugador.
So around the player we make decisions sometimes on its surroundings that is no part of the player sometimes.
Su agente quería llevarlo a un club, el nuestro no quería que fuera a ese club, el entorno quería otros contextos y al final el jugador se quedó y se lesionó.
So the family wanted one thing, the agent wanted another thing, and then some friends wanted a different thing, and then the player stayed and he got injured.
Ahora hay que esperar y ver. Pero el jugador lo incorporamos con 16 años. De hecho, nos lo trajo Bryce, que no sé si estará por ahí. Pero es un jugador que creemos que tiene mucho futuro.
Yeah, so actually one of the agents that brought Kostis is here. And now suddenly and sadly he's injured. But we were going to be patient. We'll see. But we were going to be patient with him because he's very good.
So thank you very much. You have an opportunity to speak to our guests while we're here on the summit. So right now it's intermission for 30 minutes, lunch, and then at 4 p.m. we'll meet here again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to your seats because we are starting right now. Okay, thank you very much. Bon appetit as well. So now it is time to talk about, today we have spoken a lot about people and personalities in football, about how to protect them and preserve human relationships. Now it is time to talk about what changes people, what sometimes makes them better, sometimes ruin them completely. Let's talk about money. They make the world go round. Without investment, it is difficult to seriously talk about the development of academies and clubs and so on and so forth. They say that money can't buy happiness, but allows you to suffer in comfort. Time is money we don't have, and money is time that we do have, as one of well-known Russian comedian once said. So our next topic is investment, who shapes the future of the club, investor or data. And let me introduce our speakers right now with the applause. Roman Dubov, Chairman, Pafos FC, Total Sport Investment. Today with us, Andrei Draganov from Algara Ventures. And we are welcome Dimitrios Tsapas, Venture Capital Investor, 33 SVC. So the first question for everybody, why football? Why you choose for investors that kind of life? Roman?
Okay, for me it's quite easy to explain why. Because I'm in that industry, there are more than 30 years. I got the experience to work in that sector, as a manager, as an agent, as a sponsor, and I came to that point, that when I'm thinking, okay, if I know the most of the process in the football club, why not to try? And I did it once, twice, third time, and that is how I came to the football.
Andrei?
Football is passion. It has been always a passion, and we believe also that football goes beyond what we see on the field. It's a community. People love not only football, sports in general. So we believe that when we invest in sport, we invest for the long term and the development of the society. So it's more broader than just the financial gains. It's to make good for this planet Earth. we prefer to invest money in sport than in weapons. So because it's in the context, we say no to war and yes to football.
Dimitrios, why did you find attracted to football?
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, Dimitrios, I run a venture capital fund investing in early stage technology companies. I was going to say that I'm not an investor in football. We don't invest in football clubs, but we invest in startups that provide technology in many sectors. So you'd think, why on earth is a VC investing in startups in this panel? What's the story? And I was going to say, I'm not a football expert myself, but I'm an observer of industries in transition. And what we do is invest in industries and founders that attack problems where there's a lot of change. And typically technologies help create lots of change for industries. And we've seen this transition that we're seeing in football now, the use of data and the move from intuitive related decisions to data-driven decisions in every other industry. We've seen financial services, we've seen in retail, and we are seeing it now in football. So that the context is that I'm an investor in wellness, in also in sort of sports tech as well.
Okay, in your experience, Roman, how has the profile of investors entering football changed over the past decade?
Oh, I think it's dramatically. I think that right now it's a trend, let's say last 2-3 years, it's a lot of the VC, it's a lot of the foreign capital, you know, the American funds, you know, they start to come, you know, and invest, you know, in the game of football. To be honest, I think the football, it's, as Andrei said, it's a bit underdeveloped, you know, and everybody believe, you know, that it will be opportunity, you know, in the sector in the next, you know, the couple of years. And it's why the people trying to get the risk, you know, not many of them, you know, clearly understand what they want to do, you know, but right now it's more institutional investors, you know, that come to the football compared to the 10-15 years ago, where it was the private individuals with the big ego or with the difficult, you know, difficult to understand, you know, the points, you know, for the many previous investors why they gone to the football, you know. Now, you know, the money, it's a main motivation, you know, and especially, you know, after example in American sport, the American sport, it's very, very well organized, you know, and profitable. Everybody's thinking, you know, okay, that trend that will be continued to the Europe. Let's try to do it in the Europe, and we will see, you know, what will happen in the next couple of years. But what I said, you know, right now it's very difficult to find, you know, the private individuals, you know, who trying to get the football club only for his toy. Yeah. Now, you know, that it's a big business. And the people, you know, investing in the football only and with the money matter, let's say.
Andrei?
Totally agree with Roman. I think if I say something else, I would need to disappear. So no, but for sure, institutional money has entered the stage, especially in Europe. You see it, Apollo, you see it, Ares, big American funds. For sure, in Europe, specifically in Europe, the football clubs, they trade at a discount compared to the American sports in general. Obviously, in America, in the USA, we want it, we don't want it. They're the masters of this lifestyle, sports, entertainment. They make a show out of it. We have to learn a lot in Europe to catch them up. But yes, institutional money is coming in. Mubadawa, you know, sovereign wealth funds, not only investment funds. So that will have a lasting effect. And in terms of data and artificial intelligence, it is estimated that also people will have much more free time. So some estimations are that in the next 10 years we will have to work maybe 4 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours a day, the normal individual or citizen of any country. So these people will need to get occupied with something, and one of the things is sport and entertainment. So that's why these big institutional companies, funds, etc., they see an opportunity and they enter the stage. And also, Roman is right that there is a deregulation also. There are some leagues and some sports where before you could not just invest. Now with the deregulation and the democratization, there are more and more investors. That's it.
Dimitris, from a venture capital perspective, how important is data when evaluating investment in sports organization or sports-related business?
Yeah, I was going to say that the general observation, when you compare football and sports in general, it's behind the curve when you see what happened to other industries. For example, if you got financial services, the big change happened in the 1980s. Where before that people were saying, yeah, I'll be trading based on feel, I understand the market, and then data came and they started sort of investing more in culture, processes, systems to understand and harness data. The same thing happened later on in kind of other areas like medicine. Many people say, yeah, it's not going to happen in medicine, doctor is the expert, I understand better. And now you can see, for example, categories like, I don't know, radiology, you have 10-15% better results using automatic, so especially AI-driven results than radiologists. The same thing happened in retail. If you look at companies like Amazon, a third of its sales is done through the automatic recommendation engine, not by a person anymore. So all these changes happened, and in sport, the one category where it started, for example, before football was baseball. The U.S. baseball, you had the example of Oakland, where they got to a playoff team with 40 million instead of kind of the Yankees, 120 or so million spend. So you could punch above your weight, and some people showed the way doing that. And in football, the biggest example was obviously Brentford. You had that's sort of the start of the data-driven view in football. My sense is that I'm looking at from a macro point of view as an investor. I'm thinking, is football going to start using more data? Will sort of move along the curve more? And I think it's just inevitable. I don't think there's a choice here. It's a matter of kind of how you use it and how do you build your organization, the culture around the football club to do that. But from a VC's point of view, we're seeing something we should really add here is that it's not just data. I think it's AI as well. It's AI on top of data, and we'll see it probably in the next presentation. Anna will be presenting later on Fitwise to give you a sense as to what that means. I think football clubs are behind the curve on data, let alone AI. So I think that we're at this super early stage and needs to move massively fast to catch up with other industries. But we certainly we invest at the edge of technology. We invest at super early stage, so we invest in things that will become effectively huge businesses 5 to 10 years from now. And of course, data and the use of technology is the name of the game.
So Ramon, do you think that the future belongs to the clubs like Brentford, Brighton, or old-fashioned clubs, which try to find stars to
I think you need to add Pafos too, yeah? It's because they're actually, funny enough, in the Pafos we don't have any players who've been selected by human. Okay, it's been selected by human, but it's recommended by data only. It's okay, the most of the decision we make only based on the data. Of course,
Can you name them? You get a number of decisions. Can you name the decision? What driven the club when you pick up the player from data?
Okay, listen. I think it started to be, the popular in every single league. From the small league to the big leagues. And in every championship, you can find the 2-3 clubs who is really seriously affected to the data. And I think we are one of the biggest one. In Cyprus. I think the ARI is doing, the pretty much, the similar way. And now, there's so many data providers, it's not the matter of the data, it's a matter how you can use that data. And as well, the same like we say about the chat GPT or artificial intellect, it's more data you will give them, it's more clever answer you will have. And that it's what we're trying to do, right now with the one of our investment, which one we did, I think Andrei, the invest in that company too. And we're trying to put in one place, the more than 25 data providers, and to analyze the data and to have the clear pictures of the football players, his mental, his, the physical, and all that parameter. Of course, final decision belongs to the people, and belongs to the human. But to make that job more easy and to save a lot of time, I think that it will be more and more popular, and we believe, that we will be the one of the pioneers, in that sector as well, that we will show that later on, but right now it's even, we go further. Right now, the first 11 for the games, it's as well, it's artificial intellect recommendation. They take the 5 previous game of the one team, 5 the previous game of the another team, and they look all the 25 different data, the fitness, medical, and the performance. And they give you the best recommendation, what is the plan for the game, what is the plan, for the first half, for the next, and blah, blah, blah.
So you don't need coaches here?
Of course, the coach will make the final decision, but if it will give you, at least 5 or 10%, the extra opinion, why it's not? Now it's a human who make him recommendation.
So you need a coach, but you don't need the assistant of coach.
Of course, we need assistant, but I think, that it will save the time. It will give you the more opportunity to look a little bit wider on the data, to have the more parameter and to understand a little bit more data, and it will give you just a more opinion.
But don't you think that it's like a game, like a football manager, but not a football game as a game?
The final stage, anyway, on the pitch. Yeah, it's again that you cannot. It's why we like the football, because it's emotion, because it's mistakes, because it's unpredictable movement, but pretty much, we're all going on that part, of the life, whether we know, our next steps plus minus, and we must be ready for that, and the football is just a part of that process.
Andrei, what do you think? You believe the future of the club strategy will be driven more by investors' vision or by data analytics?
I believe that the future of the football is in Cyprus, in Pafos.
So it seems like a toast.
Yes, because you see, I have been following Pafos and we are very close friends with Roman, and when you see their huge success, what they have built in a town of 20,000 people, or 25 maybe, far away from the big leagues and far away from the big money, I think it's incredible. On their first game, there were maybe 10, 15 supporters, and today we have in average 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 people, same as some other big clubs. If you take Como, for instance, who have, they invested apparently 400 million pounds until today in the build-up of Como. They have also a 10,000 stadium, and they have a different model of how to play this out, and definitely they have more money, they have invested much more money, but to say it in short, I believe it's investors and also, it's money for sure. Money, without money you can't do much. We were just to let you know, in the context of this discussion, Pafos was playing against Kairat, and we went to Almaty, and we were discussing with the president of Kairat Banambaev, and he was saying Real Madrid was playing before Pafos in Almaty, and they were with the CEO of Real Madrid. The game is almost starting, and the CEO of Real Madrid is saying 1.2 billion on the field. Kairat is looking at him, says no, 1.212 billion. And you understand, he was, of course, CEO of Real Madrid, was surprised, and he said, yes, I have 12 million mine, my players. So this huge disparity of scale is showing you why Real Madrid is doing 1.1 billion revenues per year, and Kairat budget is 10 or 12 million American dollars. Investors' money is important for the strategy, even for the culture. Culture is very important. We are not talking about culture here, but culture is culture and people. We always say to have the best team on the field, we need the best team off the field. And I think, again, congratulations to Roman and his team and all the people who work in Pafos, including Rodolfo. I think it's an incredible journey, and I think that they use very smartly data, and obviously they have some financial means, and this is the right model, the sustainable model, not too overspending, because if you're not called the brothers Hartono, who have the biggest Indonesian bank, who is making tens of billions of dollars of revenues, and you don't have 400 million of pounds. They bought Como for apparently 1 million euro, but nobody is saying how many debt they have, etc. Last year, Como loss is 100 million euro. You can't, if you don't have this money, you can't sustain it. So that's why I think it's a smart money with data and artificial intelligence.
But my advice, if you decide to buy the club in Cyprus, don't do it.
Why?
It's I can say the business model of the league, it's not a business model, yeah. And the current league, in the current stage, it's far behind, of any professional league in Europe, not only by organization, by commercial, and it's again now the level of the Cyprus football, the league, it's 15 in Europe, yeah, it's a quite big achievement, and it's a big level. But I think that it's a more achievement of the clubs, the Ammonia, Aris, Apollon, the Ajax, the Pafos, and not the league, not the league in general, because I cannot say we're investors here, I cannot say we're the owners, we are the more how to say, mecenates, that we just giving the gift, for the community. We giving, okay, this year, let's say we have the couple of million profits, because we've been in the top of the Champions League. But in reality, to come to the break even, you need to play in Europe every year, but it's only 4 spaces, and the 4 places, in the European competition. But what another 12 team must to do, and I think, and that I'm not trying to criticize, but in general, I think it must to be the changes, the big changes in the Cyprus football, in the infrastructure, it must to be in the commercial part, in the marketing, and that it's quite important. And we must understand, that it's nearly 6-7% of the GDP of the whole Cyprus. It depends of the football, and and we are living, only on the dreams, And I think, that it must be changed.
So first the powerful league and then clubs, like in England. Dimitris, looking ahead, what trends do you see shaping sports investment in the next decade? New ownership models, or maybe technology, or something like that?
Yeah, so first comment to say is that the whole point about data and technology is that it doesn't really remove the human element. We've seen also before with the Atletico guys when they described how they do sort of youth development and all that. And the fear factor with technology is always that it removes the human. So people tend to say, final decisions with the coach, but that's not the point. The point is that data doesn't really remove people, it removes bad decisions. And also what happens as a secondary effect, it changes the role of what the people inside the football club do. But if you elevate the discussion, what we see is that the adoption of technology is going to also change what football clubs do and how they do it as well. Many, many years ago, we didn't have, for example, performance teams. We didn't have sort of somebody who looks at nutrition separate and nutrition science separately, for example, from performance. Now we're seeing more granular categories of technology-led knowledge, which is within a sports club, within a football club. The other thing we're seeing now is a convergence. We're seeing, for example, wearables becoming much more ubiquitous. We have Catapult, we have Aura now, we're going to have many, many more things like that. And data we get from wearables will be brought to much more kind of decision-making within a football club. For example, sleep is becoming very important. We're investors in one sleep-related company doing hardware, earbuds for sleep, for example. I'm also an investor in a microbiome company called Zoe, which looks at, for example, the human microbiome and the effect on diet. So all these things have a lot of impact. Health and wellness has seeped into the world of sport in a much bigger way. And of course, other things as well. IoT, if you look at, for example, stadiums, when you see movements of people, there's many categories of technology. And we'll see also see Nana's presentation later on, for example, in human movement. That's also another big category where we can actually model how human movement works in relation to football as well.
Roman, what about the future?
Future is great. The first, I believe, the sport will be bigger and bigger. It's whatever we can say, but in the current stage, the more people start to play in some sports, doesn't matter, football, paddle, badminton, but it's a trend, and as well, right now, we start to work less and to spend the time for the entertainment and for the sport more. And I think the trend will going up, and I think it's a good opportunity to invest in the sport now, because sport seriously undervalued. It's a seriously under management, and I think the biggest problem of the sport in the current stage, the sport. It's behind of any traditional investment, like a property, financial sector, commodities. But that it will change, quite soon, Andrei?
So you're seeing the reason for changes?
Of course, I said that before, because it's we will rest more, we will spend more time for the entertainment, to watch sport, to do sport, than to work.
It's very strange. How to get the money to be in sport? If we rest more.
If you will watch more, it will be TV rights, it will be more. It means, the tickets sales will be more, it will be more performance, over the season, and blah, 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 blah.
Okay. Andrei, what's your point of view? How do you see the future?
I fully agree with Roman.
All right.
No, but I can't add more than that. We said everything until now. It's a combination of both. So money and obviously vision, strategy, and good use of data. Data will be more and more used for, but it's not only for we too much focus, I think, which is important, obviously, on the players and what is the squad that needs to start and who is in good shape, who is not in good shape, all the metrics and the KPIs of the players. I think data will be and is already used in football clubs for other matters. We were talking before about FIFA regulations, etc. When you're a football club, you receive 350 pages of a new FIFA regulation. You just put an artificial intelligence agent, AI agent, and it reads it in 10 minutes, and it gives you a perfect summary. So, data and artificial intelligence, they will play a bigger role in the optimization of the operations of the football clubs. Sponsorship agreements, comparison of merchandise agreements, of everything that you can imagine, procurement, financials, comparison of bank fees. We know in football, we were discussing also this before, it's difficult to find the right bank partner. So I think with the rise of data and artificial intelligence generally, football clubs will find fun engagement. We talk about sport and entertainment. If you entertain your fans, of course it's very important to have performance on the field, titles, etc. But you can engage fans, So
and I think, can I add, Andrei?
Sure.
In the current stage, the football club, it's not the football club. It starts to be ecosystem, and that it's the future of the football club, because inside of the football club it's so many departments who is working independently, and the digital part it's quite big, and it's one of the biggest growing, the fan engagement, the digital fan engagement, financial part, merchandise sales, and as I said, early in my presentation, the globalization, it's make the big difference, and if you see the big clubs, the Manchester United, Manchester City, they have, they sold the TV rights nearly for 200 countries around the world, it starts from the 20, 30, and it starts to be bigger and bigger. And I think it's a big opportunity, and right now the football club, it's an ecosystem.
Dimitris, if you were advising someone considering investing in football today, not in Cyprus football, as you know, what would be the most important factor to understand before entering the industry?
So look, my practical advice is that I think that it depends what your starting point is. So if you're a club where your use of data or analytics or AI has been low, it's a very different thing to be somewhere where you've started doing some work in that category versus being an expert. So I think for novice clubs, let's say, I would say, first of all, don't focus on kind of buying solutions or buying data. First of all, hire people. Hire somebody who can lead analytics. Start with the people and the organization side. If you have somebody who understands what that's all about, they'll be able to translate that into the organization and start, for example, audit your data, audit your organization, see where am I today, and then pick and choose one target only and try to focus on that. Don't try to do, for example, transfer market, performance on the pitch, improvement in the diet, whatever. Just choose one thing and start sort of running with that and have benchmark yourself against something which is a bit more realistic. Don't say I want to become like Liverpool Football Club in 1 year. You're not going to do that. But if you're somewhere in the middle where you're using data already and all that, I think it's a slightly different suggestion. I think if you are somewhere in the middle, maybe you can start putting the analyst who has the data in the room where the decisions are made. And I think this is where Roman and his team have made a huge difference with Pafos, because it starts at the top. If you have the leadership who make the decisions be integrated with the data, it's a very different sort of outcomes than having data something on the side where you get it a bit, but they don't really matter. So it's a culture problem. That's where Pafos made the difference, because it is a different culture. So I think for those where it's early in their stage and they want to make a difference, you do that. You improve literacy, data literacy within the organization, and then you create a process where data is together with the leadership. Now, if you're more advanced, though, different story. That's where data becomes an asset and not a cost, and you start basically looking at opportunities, looking at AI, applications of AI, and that's where I think you hire across disciplines. You become much more granular in the categories you hire. So I would say my advice is that be realistic in way, identify your stage, and then adjust your approach accordingly.
Andrei, so what's your advice?
Investment in football clubs?
Yes, the most important factor to understand before entering the industry.
You see, the current state of the world is reminding us about something that we sometimes forget: country risk. Sorry to say that, but you see, for the Saudi clubs at the moment, it is not very funny, neither for the United Arab Emirates and other clubs in Qatar, Egypt also. Egypt is so much dependent, it's a huge population, 120 million, huge lovers of football, but if you don't have, if they reduce the lights on the street because they have an energy crunch, it impacts your operations. So I'm sorry to remind everybody about that, but apparently country risk is back on the table, So this is maybe one factor that we should consider. Another factor is the currency itself. There is a question mark on the dollar. This question mark is since 2006. I remember reports in 2006 that were saying that the dollar is done and it's dead. But in 2007 and 2008 we were trading the British pound at 2.4 against the dollar, and today is 130. So I think the currency in which you invest, which means the country and the currency, are two very important factors before you start investing. There are many, many others, but to add something else that Roman and Dimitrios have said, I would add these two. Sorry, it's not very funny what I said.
No,
but,
no, it's okay.
I think it's...
No, it's fair enough.
Okay.
Roman, when you decide to invest money in the club, what's the main points that you attract your attention? The history of the club, the future of the club, the real situation in the country and the club. What makes him?
Good question. Actually, it was numbers of the reasons why we invest, in the Pafos Football Club, because we're trying to find, the one town, one club, one city, one club. We look, the Limassol, it's a free club. Nicosia, it's small. Larnaca as well. In the Pafos, it was only one. Pafos in the second division, without big history, without the good people, good environment. And I think, of course, it was a little bit risky step, but the life, it's to take the risk and to take the responsibility. And we believe, okay, with our approach, that we need to have, when we start, we create a 6 years plan. I think you've been on that first presentation when we make that plan, actually in the Cap St. George, this hotel, it wasn't existing that time, and we said, okay, we need 6 years until we will be in the top of the league, until we will be the real contender, for the championship. And actually, that's exactly, happens. But if we talk a little bit the future, the most important part, in a football club, you cannot live with the 2 years horizon. Yeah, it need to be much longer. It's why I think, that we discussed it before. We create, right now the program Pafos 2035 for 10 years plan, that we have the very clear idea, what we want to achieve, on the pitch and off the pitch, in the next 10 years. And I think we got the all abilities and we got the experience and we got knowledge to make that happen.
Thank you. So we're ready for your questions, if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll move on. So Total Sport Investment, they and their partners right now preparing project that will change the whole football industry. We already talked a lot about AI in football, and Total Sport found a solution how to implement AI in football already. So I would like to ask Sofia Kedrovskaya on the stage. Stage is yours. And her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sofia Kedrovskaya, and I'm head of marketing of the Total Sports Hub team. We're very happy to see you here today in Pafos, and now we are ready to introduce a project that we believe represents the next step in the digital transformation of the sports industry. Unfortunately, due to some personal reasons, our head of product, Pavel, won't be able to join us today. However, a bit later, we would like to show you a demo video we prepared demonstrating how actually the Total Sport Hub works in progress. By the way, Total Sport Hub is a unified digital ecosystem designed to bring together all key processes together of a modern sports organization within one integral platform. Today, unfortunately, most clubs and sport businesses operate through fragmented tools, disconnected departments, and isolated data. Our goal is to solve this problem by creating a full-cycle environment where every stakeholder, from sporting departments to operations, media, and commercial teams, has a dedicated workspace inside only one shared system. This platform is built around 3 major blocks. First one is Total Sports Lab, focused on sporting operations, performance, analytics, coaching, medical workflows, and AI-powered decision support. Second one is Total Sports Office, covering management, legal, HR, infrastructure, media, and operational coordination. And Total Sports Market, a marketplace ecosystem connecting clubs and organizations with suppliers, services, talents, and financial solutions. All of these models are connected through one data layer and enhanced by AI, helping organizations make faster, smarter, and more structured decisions. And most importantly, this is not limited to only one sport. Our long-term vision is build a scalable ecosystem for the wider sports industry. And now we would like to show you a demo video we prepared demonstrating how actually Total Sport Hub works in practice. Attention please to the
Welcome to the Total Sports Summit by SPORTSOFT. I'm Paul, Head of Product at Total Sports Hub.
And today I'm excited to show you how we are building the future of AI-powered sports club management. Total Sports Hub is the first fully integrated AI-powered ecosystem designed to manage and operate a professional football club in one place. It connects sport, business, data, and operations into a single platform, from scouting and performance to finance, media, and infrastructure. The Total Sports Hub platform is structured around 4 major modules, each designed to cover a specific layer of club operations and the wider football ecosystem. Chairman Hub serves as the central control center for club leadership, providing a high-level overview of key metrics, performance indicators, and access to all departments from a single dashboard. Total Sports Lab focuses on all sporting operations of the club. It brings together scouting, analytics, coaching, medical data, performance insights, and AI-powered decision tools to support smarter sporting decisions. Total Sports Office covers all non-sporting and administrative functions, including finance, legal, HR, media, infrastructure, payments, and operational management. Total Sports Market connects clubs and ecosystem participants with open marketplaces, including the suppliers marketplace, travel marketplace, financial and insurance marketplace, and HR marketplace. In addition, other roles extend the platform beyond clubs, with dedicated applications for agencies, leagues and federations, referees, and fans. Now, let's move into the management platform and take a closer look. The first thing we see is the chairman dashboard, the central control cockpit of the club. Here, all key indicators from every department are brought together in one place, giving management a real-time overview of sporting, financial, and operational performance. From this dashboard, the chairman can instantly dive into any department and access detailed data and reports. Now we move to the Sporting Director Hub, the central decision-making environment for squad planning, transfer strategy, and long-term roster management. At the dashboard level, the Sporting Director gets an immediate overview of the club's key squad and transfer information, current transfer balance, incoming and outgoing players, loans, contract situations, players listed for transfer, and those whose contracts are approaching expiration. This gives management a clear picture of where the squad stands today and what actions may be needed next. But the real differentiator begins with AI Sporting Director. This is a dedicated intelligence module designed to aggregate and structure large volumes of data from dozens of different sources into one advanced decision support environment. Instead of forcing clubs to compare players manually across multiple platforms, AI Sporting Director brings all relevant information together in one place: performance data, transfer history, contract context, injury records, tactical fit, and market-related indicators. A key part of this module is the AI-powered player intelligence dashboard, where decision makers can assess a player through a multi-layered profile that combines sporting, physical, tactical, and strategic insights. In addition, the module includes an AI chat assistant connected directly to the player's data environment. Users can ask natural language questions about the player, compare him to others, analyze specific metrics, and receive recommendations on whether the player fits the club's style, squad needs, and long-term strategy. This turns the work of a sporting director from a fragmented and manual process into a faster, smarter, and far more structured decision-making workflow. Now we move into the scouting section of the platform. The first thing we see is the Senior Scout dashboard, the operational center of the scouting department. From here, head scouts can assign and manage tasks across their scouting team, monitor progress, and structure the entire scouting workflow in one place. Using the player's database, scouts can identify a player of interest, fill in the required task parameters, and assign a scouting mission directly from the platform. This makes the process fast, organized, and easy to scale across multiple scouts, leagues, and competitions. Next, we open the player profile. This is where the platform brings together a very large amount of relevant information into one structured view. Scouts can review injury history, recent match performance, long-term statistics, and player development trends through clear dashboards and visual blocks. In addition to traditional scouting information, the profile also combines analytical data from multiple sources. This includes tactical data, season-by-season trends, tournament-specific metrics, and advanced visualizations that help scouts understand how a player performs in different contexts. Alongside that, we also integrate physical data, including match-based performance indicators and fitness-related information where available. The goal is to move beyond isolated data points and give scouts a much more complete, decision-ready player profile. From here, players can also be added directly into shortlists, making it easy to organize targets by position, need, tournament, or strategic priority. Another powerful capability in this module is player comparison. With the help of AI, users can select multiple players, choose a season and a league, and compare them across a large number of metrics. Instead of manually reviewing dozens of charts and tables, the AI can generate a structured comparison summary based on the available data. It explains where each player performs better, which indicators favor one over the other, and which profile may be more suitable for the role you are trying to fill. This makes scouting not only more data-driven, but also far faster and easier to communicate internally. We then move to shortlists and shadow teams. Any player from the database can be added to a shortlist, and users can create an unlimited number of those lists depending on their needs. From the same page, these shortlisted players can be arranged into shadow teams using a simple drag-and-drop workflow. This allows clubs to simulate potential squad structures, compare positional options, and build future scenarios visually. Once prepared, those shadow teams can be automatically generated and printed in a clean and practical format, ready for internal meetings and transfer planning discussions. And now we come to one of the key differentiators of the platform, AI Scout. AI Scout is a dedicated AI chat built specifically for scouting departments. Scouts can ask natural language questions about players, data, comparisons, and recruitment needs, and the system helps them search for relevant profiles based on precise requests and criteria. Instead of manually filtering through databases and switching between tools, the scout can simply describe what they are looking for. For example, a certain position, age range, playing style, league profile, budget level, or performance pattern, and AI Scout returns the most suitable options. These results are delivered as structured lists, and from the chat itself, users can immediately add players into the database or move them into shortlists. Even more importantly, AI Scout does not stop at discovery. If a club wants to continue the process with human evaluation, the user can directly assign a live scouting task from the AI flow and send that player into the next stage of the recruitment pipeline. The AI chat can answer a wide range of scouting-related questions and helps make the process more efficient, more intelligent, and far more data-oriented. It transforms scouting from a fragmented and manual workflow into a faster, deeper, and more structured decision support system. In short, this module gives clubs everything they need to search, evaluate, compare, organize, and act, all within one integrated scouting environment. Now we move to the analytics module. TSI Analytics is our in-house analytics platform, built to support data-driven decision-making across the entire sporting department. It enables clubs to generate multiple types of advanced reports, including detailed match and team analysis, player performance radars, league-wide player rankings, transfer performance simulations, and similar player comparisons, all powered by advanced metrics and proprietary statistical models. By aggregating data from multiple sources into a single analytical layer, TSI Analytics provides deeper insights into performance trends, tactical patterns, and player impact. This allows clubs to better evaluate players, prepare for opponents, optimize recruitment strategies, and reduce uncertainty in critical sporting decisions. The Coaches Hub is a centralized workspace for the entire coaching staff, covering planning, analysis, and communication. It provides a unified calendar and scheduling system for matches, training sessions, and team activities, fully synchronized with other departments. One of the most important and potentially game-changing features of our platform is AI Coach. Let's imagine you are the head coach of Real Sociedad, preparing for a match against Villarreal. Using AI Coach, you can launch a full match preparation analysis and receive a complete tactical briefing generated from a wide range of data sources. First, you select the players from your squad who are definitely unavailable for the game. Based on that, the system builds the most relevant match scenarios and provides advanced analysis of the opponent's most likely lineup, along with a recommended lineup for your own team. AI Coach presents this through 3 different scenarios: high probability, medium probability, and low probability, helping you understand not only the most expected setup, but also alternative possibilities. It shows the starting lineup the opposing coach is most likely to choose, and then recommends your own optimal lineup in response. It also identifies the opponent's main threats, key weaknesses, and explains the reasoning behind these conclusions. Beyond that, AI Coach generates a game plan by zones of the pitch, helping the staff understand where to press, where to overload, and where the opponent is most vulnerable. It also prepares a plan B depending on the game's state, whether your team is winning, drawing, or losing, and highlights key risks, set-piece strategy, and even a recommended substitution plan, including the moments when changes may become necessary. This has the potential to become a truly revolutionary tool for coaches, transforming match preparation into a faster, deeper, and more intelligent process. The Academy Hub centralizes all academy operations across every age group in one unified system. It provides full visibility into training schedules, sessions, and development plans for all youth teams, along with dedicated accounts for every coach. The Medical Hub is a central system for managing player health, recovery, and injury prevention. It consolidates all medical data in one place, including injury history, rehabilitation programs, medical reports, physical test results, and body composition metrics. Medical staff, coaches, and performance teams work within a shared environment, ensuring alignment between training loads, recovery plans, and match readiness. The Player app gives athletes direct access to everything they need to manage their professional routine. It includes an advanced personal schedule, match and travel information, and secure access to contracts, medical documents, and club-related files, all in one place. Players also receive AI-driven medical risk indicators and personalized recommendations, helping them better understand recovery needs, workload, and injury prevention. The app enables direct communication with coaches and club departments, ensuring clarity and alignment throughout the season. A key feature is the AI coach for players, which helps athletes prepare for upcoming matches by analyzing their direct opponents. It highlights the strengths and weaknesses of the player they are likely to face, provides tactical insights by position, and offers personalized preparation recommendations. We now move to the third major block of the platform, Total Sports Office, designed to manage all non-sporting and operational aspects of the club. At the center of this block is the infrastructure module, providing a unified overview of facilities, logistics, schedules, and operational resources. Here, clubs can manage stadiums, training bases, equipment, transport, documentation, and internal workflows, all fully synchronized across departments. Within the infrastructure module, travel and logistics plays a key role. In collaboration with our partners, clubs can plan and book everything directly inside the platform, from charter flights and commercial tickets to hotels, training camps, and team accommodations. Let's move to the commercial hub, the central workspace for managing all commercial and sponsorship activities of the club. Here, clubs can track every active deal, sponsorship agreement, media asset, and commercial partner in one unified dashboard. You can instantly see total commercial revenue, year-over-year growth, active deals, expiring contracts, and the full breakdown of revenue streams, from sponsorships and matchday income to media rights and merchandising. Our AI-powered commercial system helps clubs and brands connect more efficiently, identifying the best partnership opportunities based on data, audience fit, and performance. Next, we move to the finance, legal, and HR hub, the operational core of the club's business management. Here, clubs get full visibility over budgets, cash flow, payroll, contracts, and headcount across all departments. You can track budget versus actuals, upcoming payments, player and staff salaries, and contract expirations in one place. We now move to the media hub, the central workspace for the club's media and communications team. Here, clubs manage content, campaigns, and social channels in one place, with real-time analytics on audience growth and engagement. The dashboard shows what works best, from matchday content to short videos and PR campaigns. With AI-powered insights and automated reports, Media Hub helps clubs grow their audience, optimize content strategy, and turn media activity into real business impact. Next, we introduce the betting hub for clubs. Through Total Sports Hub, clubs can easily sign and manage partnerships with betting companies, generate promo codes, and distribute them to their fan base. The platform tracks the full referral lifecycle, from registrations and deposits to revenue and payouts. With transparent analytics and multiple bookmaker integrations, clubs turn their audience into a scalable, recurring revenue stream, fully controlled in one module. Now, we move to the suppliers marketplace, a dedicated B2B marketplace built for professional sports organizations. This is the place where a club can source virtually everything it needs to operate and grow, from footballs, training equipment, and medical products, to data subscriptions, technology services, infrastructure solutions, logistics, and even large-scale projects such as training facility upgrades or stadium-related services. The idea is simple. Instead of searching across dozens of disconnected suppliers and platforms, clubs can access a single trusted ecosystem that brings together verified providers across all major categories required for a modern professional sports club. Users can browse supplier offers, explore product and service cards, save items, add them to the cart, and submit requests directly through the platform. After that, they can manage all requests in one place, track order status, and communicate directly with suppliers to discuss specifications, invoices, delivery details, and any custom requirements. In short, this marketplace is designed to become the central procurement environment for professional sports clubs. Within the financial and insurance marketplace, clubs can manage all risk and insurance processes in one place. Using medical, fitness, and performance data, AI helps structure insurance coverage more accurately, identifying risks and recommending optimal policies. Another key marketplace within Total Sports Hub is the TV rights and OTT marketplace. This is a dedicated environment where clubs can list their media and broadcasting rights, explore demand across different regions, and connect directly with TV broadcasters and OTT platforms. Clubs can evaluate the market value of their rights, compare offers, analyze contracts, and secure broadcasting deals for specific territories. Now we move to another major part of the platform, dedicated workspaces for key industry roles. Let's start with football agencies. For agencies, we've built a specialized dashboard that provides a complete overview of the agency's player portfolio, active contracts, expiry timelines, market values, bonuses, and current player status across clubs and leagues. Using AI, the platform helps agencies predict next contract values, model negotiation ranges, and identify optimal timing for transfers or renewals. It also evaluates sponsorship and commercial potential, connecting players with the right brands based on performance, market value, and social media impact. The Fan Hub is a dedicated app and web platform built entirely for fans. Here, supporters can choose their favorite clubs, follow matches and players, and access a personalized fan experience powered by AI. Fans can play multiple fantasy games, compare live betting odds across different bookmakers, and participate in interactive games and challenges. At Total Sports Hub, our goal is to build a truly revolutionary ecosystem, integrating AI into every process of a modern football, from sporting decisions to operations, business, and fan engagement. We would be delighted to connect with you, explore opportunities to collaborate, show you demos of the available modules, and hear your feedback. Wishing you a wonderful rest of the summit, and see you soon.
Thank you very much for your attention. We would be delighted to speak with you, answer questions, and show you more at our Total Sport Hub station, which is there. There you will be able to explore the platform on a tablet, see the model in more detail, and discuss potential collaboration with our team. And now we would like to pass the floor to our strategic partners, the high-tech company Fitwise, who will tell you more about 3D analysis in sports. Please welcome to the CEO of Fitwise, our favorite Anna Kogan.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. I'm Anna. I'm going to tell you about a specific thing, a specific application of data in football. So as today many people many times discussed, like data is one thing that can cover many different parts of football life, but I'm going to talk specifically about this one. So just in 24-25 season, top 5 leagues, clubs in top 5 European leagues spent this amount of money, thank you so much, for injuries, for the players' injuries. This number only covers the wages of the players who didn't play. It does not even cover the loss in the valuation, in the market value of the player who was injured, the salaries of the players who were replacing this injured player, or the cost of the medical interventions, just the wages. I'm going to talk about one specific example, very recent one, Kevin De Bruyne. So because of his hamstring injury, he had to miss 50% of games in 23-24 season in Man City. However, Manchester City, with their 1.3 billion euro in squad value, will probably survive that. However, it doesn't only apply to, Manchester City-like clubs. In La Liga, the amount of money that a club spends per month only to hamstring injuries is this amount of money. In fact, 60% from the money that I showed you on the first slide, 676 million euro, 60% of this money is attributed not to injuries that happened in a contact, in a harsh, pressing environment. These are the soft tissue injuries, the hamstrings, the calves, ACLs, ankle tears. And these injuries are not random. They happen as a result of a process that happens and happens and happens in the player's body, and then it turns into an injury. So these are the injuries that can potentially be predicted and hopefully avoided in the future. Why are there so many injuries in the recent years? Because football became a more harsher game. The number of the sprint is going up. The number of the games that a player plays during a season is also going up. So Alvarez was playing in 83 games per a single season, which is crazy a number. And as a result of this, the players are recovering less and less, and they don't get the time in between the seasons and in between the games that would help their hamstrings, recover enough. Now, what about the data? How could data potentially intervene here? These sorts of data are powering the club right now. It's either coming from GPS wearables, or RAS, as players call them, optical tracking, solutions like Skill Corner, for example, or Second Spectrum, or much data that is typically annotated by companies like Opta. This data basically tells you where, how fast and how far the player ran, and in what conditions, like in what environment. For example, it was a pass, or it was a shot, maybe it was a fall. But what this data does not tell at all, it was how did they run? What was their stride? Was it symmetrical or asymmetrical? Visually, could like a very experienced person assess, are they running normally, not normally? Are they running like their previous selves? Current data does not answer this question at all. So right now there is no possibility to detect that something is wrong with this person. Maybe they are fatigued, maybe they did not recover enough. And this is the product that we are building at Fitwise. So basically we work in broadcast footage. We only use the broadcast footage to power the system, and we build the whole 3D biomechanical model for a player based on that. This is how it looks. Sorry, I'm going back, like that. So from broadcast footage, you might be surprised that even Premier League footage is not, very, very crispy. Sometimes it's pretty blurry. We built this full 3D model, and I'm going to rotate it here and look from different sides. And then basically we are able to compare for Patrick whether it's his normal approach to running or not. So what we found as a result of these studies is every professional footballer is running in their own incorrect way, which is a result of two factors. Almost no players were trained to run sprints as a part of their training, and all of them have a history of professional injury. So it basically means that every player is unique and different, and what we care about is not whether they are running correctly or not. We know the answer to that. They are not running correctly in most cases, but whether they are running like normal selves or not. Is something wrong specifically during this game or training? This is the question that we are answering. What for? To help them run faster, right? Speed is a huge factor for every player. Probably not for goalkeepers, but for every other. Like, it's the easiest thing that comes from the data when it's analyzed like that. The second thing I covered a bit, run in different styles, and this leads to the fact that one of them is running significantly faster than the other one. Now, we now know the answer from the data. Why? And we can also tell the other guy who is slower what could potentially be their better parameters for their running, and what could help them accelerate faster. The second thing, super important about the injuries and the budgets that we talked in the start of the deck. In this case, we can clearly see that something is wrong with the player very early into the game. From the data, not from kind of general feeling like something is wrong with this guy. We see it from the data. So it would be possible to pull them off before they actually torn their hamstring with 100 million people watching a game. And finally, injuries happen, and it's important to be able to recover from them. This is typically called return to play protocol. And it's important to understand when the player is ready to actually go and fight in the field like they did before the injury. There is no way right now to actually assess their readiness, right? To understand whether they are in their green zone before the injury, are they back? This approach basically gives that an ability to compare apples to apples, them to themselves, but before the injury, in terms of the running mechanics. Okay, now let me address the elephant in the room. I don't look like I'm a footballer. I also don't look like I'm a football professional, but that's okay. I'm not the only founder in this business. I have my co-founder, Tatiana, who is also not a footballer and not a football professional. Me and Tatiana, we've been working together for more than 12 years, and we come from a completely different world of computer vision. There is a very popular computer vision library that powers 3 billion devices worldwide, and we helped build it and drove the development of this library. During this process, in these 12 years, we basically saw how data changes multiple different industries: medical, logistics, retail, and others. In all these other industries, the pattern was exactly the same. The data first came from the sensors and manual effort of people who would annotate it, and then AI basically replaced these manual efforts or need for the hardware. And we see just the same pattern happening in football, but very, very, very early stages. So this is the adoption curve. These are the mature technologies that are already the norm in the football. Event data, almost everybody uses right now. Wearables and bras are the new normal. Optical tracking is more and more popular. Now 3D biomechanics is there. It's entering the football scene, and I'm 100% sure that it's going to be more and more and more prominent just because of the amount of value that it can bring into the table. And we are already partnering with a number of prominent clubs and leagues who see this basically in the same way that I do, right? This is changing, and it's going to change fast. So I'd be happy to talk. I'd be happy to answer many, many questions on how this data can be applied to other areas, not only injury prevention, and also injury prevention. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, just raise your hand. Vadim, I can see you.
Thank you for the presentation. Just one question. One of the key features you said is number one, to help players run faster. The common perception today in football industries that this is something which is inherent. You cannot learn a player run faster. Either he's fast or he's not fast. You can teach him to cross better, to finish better, to defend better. But so I'm really interesting if you have any proof.
Their own incorrect, so to say, technique, right? And what did they do specifically to run faster? In many cases, it's related to the fact whether how they are scanning the field, how they are positioning themselves with respect to the ball. It's also super important. And in many cases, it's also related to the pressure. It's not something that we can teach, right? Just, don't look at the opponent who is pressing you. But it's something that can be intervened into during the training process. So this is what I'm talking about, not, rebuilding a person to a completely new person who is Usain Bolt.
Yes, I can see you guys. Paul?
I don't know if you were here before, but what makes you say it is correct or incorrect to run one way or another? Based on what? Mm-hmm. Who says it's correct or incorrect?
Yeah.
Especially in football.
First, as I'm not a football professional, I'm sorry if I, if this was, the thing that is is trained or not trained in academia, right? Maybe in some academia it's like people are training to run sprints in correct way and incorrect way. And correct way, I'm meaning if an athletic coach looks at the running stance of a person, from their, athletics point of view, many of the sprints that I showed you today were not correct. That's the first angle. Second angle, there is a scientific literature that assesses the quality of the sprint, specifically the paper that is one of the most important, it's called SMAS from Brahma, and it assesses the angles in the body when person runs, four angles, forward trunk lean, the trailing limb extension, the shin angle when at the touchdown, and the distance between the center of mass and when the foot touches the ground. So if we assess the sprints in football from these four aspects, they cannot be considered kind of very perfect, right? There is something wrong for every player.
But also sprints they have to anticipate the next action that maybe might be slowing down, changing direction, going backwards, turning around, going against another body that goes with a certain speed that you have to look at then to anticipate this trajectory, the trajectory of the ball that goes faster or slower. So, because again, you are modelizing something, but at the same time you're saying everybody is individual.
Yeah.
So, and now if we start using this data, and now I'm telling you because many professionals are doing this, no, this kid doesn't know how to run, I have to teach him how to run.
Mm-hmm.
But the game is actually teaching him how to run. So and for sure there isn't a study saying one thing, but for sure there is another one sponsored by someone different saying the opposite.
Yeah.
So I think you have this responsibility as well, because otherwise people start reproducing things, and we start creating more limiting beliefs that go to the very youngsters, and this could make one player that has a lot of potential become nothing, just because of the standards that go against the idiosyncrasy of that player.
100%, I agree. So it's not a way to kind of compare different people to one another. What we find more and more in the data is that, in scientific literature, they would be opposite, right? They are like, this is the correct form of running. Everybody should do that. This is incorrect. But what we find from data is that we cannot actually do that. We only can compare a person to themselves in the past, before the injury, or in their fastest sprint, or maybe when they were slow, but, looking too much around themselves. Stuff like that.
Hi, Anna. Thank you. Fascinating presentation. I'm from the UK, and the Premier League is my world. You mentioned that you're working with them. Are you actually in a position where you're so close to the club and the team that your data in real time has caused them to take a player off the pitch because of injury risk?
Right now, we don't work in real time. So we only analyze after the game happens, and we kind of produce the report for a specific player, like they are not running in this game like they did before, you should put an eye on them. We are working on a streaming solution that would allow you to do that in real time for the next season that starts in August.
That would be the real value, wouldn't it?
Yeah, working really hard on it, like especially the technical team. But what we find is even after the game happens, it's important to kind of analyze what happened and what's different for this player, especially for the players with their history of hamstring and other injuries.
Thank you.
Some more questions? Lots of them. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Anna. Thank you very much for the interesting and very impressive presentation. I have a more generic question. In your view, why do you think the adoption of AI by modern sports organizations would be more beneficial because of the sophistication of the algorithms, or the use of more analytical, more quality data captured by sensors or by other media?
In data science, we say garbage in, garbage out. So the latter is more important. It's more important to collect very, very accurate data. And I believe that even despite the video footage in football and generally sports is abundant, and there is much more footage than in any other industry I ever worked with, the level of quality data that was collected from this footage and sensors and other sorts of data is way, way, way less. So it's not that we can just run ChatGPT and ask who would be the person that could play in this position, right? We need to collect very good data and then build the perfect scouting. That is why Total Sports Hub is doing that, right? Nobody else is basically able to very, very use such a high quality data, combine it just in the right way, and only then apply AI if it makes sense.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Quick question. So the examples you gave with Dorgu, I think that was United against Arsenal at the Emirates.
Yeah.
Pristine playing surface. The other one was Sunderland, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
against Stadium of Light. Brilliant playing surface. If you go to the Dasagi in Cyprus, where the playing surface ain't particularly great, I think you might get different results. So you mentioned the garbage in, garbage out. How would the playing surfaces affect the data that you find from the software?
We actually run the same solution on the Cyprus League games. Yeah. And Like visually, the result looked very good, but we didn't compare versus the sensor data just yet. So it's possible to do. Well, as long as the field is generally almost flat, we are fine. In fact, even in Premier League, there is always, the fields are not flat. It turned out they also always have a slope so that the water comes down, and no documentation ever says what's the angle. So we have to deal with that even in the perfect conditions.
One more question, Lena.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Nikola Gazdov. I found your presentation fascinating. I mean,
Thank you.
obviously, some questions about the methodology, like what Pau asked, but maybe from a different angle. So you say a player is maybe moving unlike his previous moves, but then when do you start measuring? Because maybe your initial data point or the point of starting to collect data is already the player not being his perfect self. First, and second, about the injuries. I mean, that's critically important. It's great if and when it starts working, but the question is, how do you interface with the club? So is there, let's say, somebody who is product owner on the side of the club that is in charge of receiving the alert? Let's say, like, you go into your car and you see something blinking, you know you should go to the service station. So there basically you notice something's wrong, and then somebody from the club needs to take care about bringing this player to the medical staff and then start examining, or maybe you believe already that you have the more targeted or granular data to really show, okay, maybe it's the hamstring, maybe it's his knee or something else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two fantastic questions. So first, our protocol is 4 games before the injury happened, and 1 game after the injury happened, if we have it, to analyze that the player is back. Now, this is not validated by any scientific knowledge just yet, because there is no kind of such a scientific area that would analyze kind of personalized insights into the human body for biomechanics, because there was no way to collect the data. And because of that, we are building the biggest data set in the world for football injuries. So this will basically allow us to say what is the good time frame to be able to spot the differences, and what is the longitudinal, nature of these injuries actually. How early do they start to, appear in a person, if it makes sense. So I will know more results after we finalize this study in 3 months from now. But for now, 4 games is what we work with. Okay, I forgot the second question. We work with the head of performance and a team of sports scientists, if there is one in the team. Their role can be named differently. Sometimes it's performance director, recovery director, head of fitness and performance. But this is the person who basically uses the dashboard that we built and receives the notification. So, hey, something is wrong with this player. He's not like his typical baseline.
Thank you very much, Anna. Does your company develop solutions only for football, or even for, I don't know, chess player, tennis player, basketball?
2 sports.
2 sports.
Normal football and American football.
And American football.
Yes.
Okay.
Purely
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For now. Anna, thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. So, our most valuable resources is time. We talk about it. And as you can see, it passes incredibly quickly. Today, it is crucial not only to keep it up with it, but to try to stay ahead of it. You already know that serious research is being conducted in the field of health and longevity. And how to recover faster, how to prepare yourself and your body for high performances and heavy workloads. Even now, many companies are trying to hack the human body to understand how to recharge it and to extend its limits. So biohacking is our next topic, and I would like to represent the company Mighty Kitchen. Stage is yours, guys. Waiting for you.
Hey everyone. So I don't love that I'm the, second from last talk before you get to go and have a shower and some dinner. I also don't love that Tottenham was mentioned as the example earlier, as the step-up club. There were about 100 other examples you could have gone to, and you went to that. Harsh, but it's fair. Easy target. So what I want to say is, we're talking about biohacking here, but I'm going to take it in a bit of a zoom out, and I'm going to go onto the community level rather than the individual level. So every club in this room, represented in this room, has engineered performance down to the smallest detail, right? Everything is tracked for athletes, their food, their recovery, the nutrition, the training, sorry. But step beyond the first team, and that structure starts to erode a little bit. And that's especially present in nutrition. And Mighty's creating, thank you, a system that improves the whole food support network around clubs, around individual groups of people, and around communities. We're not biohacking the individual, like I said, as such, but we're working on the entire environment around them. So the reality is that mainstream information around nutrition is overcomplicated and often misleading. The average person is forced to make about 200 food-related decisions a day. Simple things like milk type, snack time, portion size, mundane, and the list goes on, whilst being told completely conflicting truths or not about what they are consuming. Even when people want to do better, the noise impacts their decision making. So we set out to create some clarity, starting with high protein products designed around performance and recovery, meat subs, allergen-free milks, fermented oat drinks, protein powders, all built with the same idea in mind, that food should actually provide a net positive to the body. And from here, we're expanding into a broader platform, adding ready-to-drink, functional snack bars, more complete everyday formats for every phase of life. We're designing products around specific needs, energy, recovery, longevity. And most importantly, everything is clearly defined because nutrition should actually be intentional. So today we're scaling across, our product range scales across thousands of sale points. That includes right here in Cyprus, Greece, the UAE, South Africa, and the UK. But being here in the room today, it's important that I make a distinction, right? We're not here to optimize for elite athletes. We can be part of their process for sure, but they already have a world-class ecosystem around them. What we're trying to do is build those layers around their immediate environment and impact the people that are close to them and then close to them and build outwards. So we're also moving into environments where we control large parts of the experience or we're able to meaningfully influence it. Apart from the products themselves, we're building menus. We're working with other stores, ghost kitchens, partners in the realm of food that either use our product as a raw material or we help them build nutritionally relevant menus for their businesses. So becoming part of people's daily habits is actually our main goal here. The next step for us, and in the spirit of the conference, is to potentially compress that even further into something we call health hubs. And often there's this conflicting idea around, well, you have physical product and you have locations, and there's a software element to this too. We're in a fortunate position where we've built things out in stages. We have the product range, the consumable products. We'll start going into physical outlets and then plug in a software layer as well. So these are small, highly scalable nutrition points plugged into high-frequency walk-by environments, gyms, offices, sports clubs. And they basically become a place where people can instantly access their products on the go. So instead of guessing, you're now choosing fuel, a protein drink for recovery, a gut shot for direction, a matcha bar for focus, snacks, meals, and drinks, all coming from the same system with clear macros, clear intent, and clear functionality. This is our goal, to become the trusted source of clarity, to remove the guesswork from the process. But as we build this out, something else also becomes clear, that food on its own only really gets us part of the way. We need feedback to be able to optimize. And that's where the real shift happens, when food actually connects to data. We want people to be able to track, to understand and optimize their nutrition based on their goals and behavior. And crucially, the data actually connects directly into the physical layer. So it's not just advice, it's a clear step to action. what to consume, why to have it, and where to get it from, all integrated into one system. And this is where clubs can become incredibly powerful, because they are performance-driven organizations. They're ecosystems and huge hotbeds for cultural and behavioral change. Staff, academy players, families, fans, the whole lot, entire communities built around trust and a common mission. And that creates a unique opportunity to influence behavior at scale. So, like I said at the beginning, biohacking is often framed as something more individualistic. We see a real opportunity to make it much bigger than that, because what we're doing is designing an environment around people, around their habits, around their choices. And food has always been at the center of that. It is technically the original biohack. So when we bring all of this together, the product, the knowledge, the accessibility, you're able to shift behavior at scale. And that's what we're essentially building here, the product range and the infrastructure to make all of that possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have some questions for biohacking? Yeah, you can see it.
Can you tell us a bit more about your products?
Yeah, it's so the range includes, like I said, a couple of things. So we focus on high protein, plant-based alternatives to meat. We have protein powders, we have bars now, we have high calcium, high protein milks, allergen-free, using yellow split peas. So the range crosses a lot of different areas. Actually, good call, because I forgot to mention, in your bags, you actually have a couple of products from us. So there's some small oat powder sachets in there. The cookie is actually made using some of our protein and oat powder by one of our professional chefs. The sweets in there are non-gelatine, soon to become a functional range. So there are elements of the, and I'm seeing smiles around, so I think people just only realized that there was edible stuff in the bag. So thank you for bringing edible stuff, not edibles, another conference.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah.
There's a question at the back there.
Thank you. And do you use ultra-processed ingredients in your products, or you only use natural products, natural ingredients?
Oh, sorry. We use all types. So, like, for example, and again, define like ultra-processing, the same process that's utilized to bring out, you know, the concentrates, the isolates in protein powders. We work similarly to that. Our production process for some of the meat subs is very similar to making pasta at scale, cereals, you know, so it's technology and machinery that's been around for 50, 60 years, but now it's a different application. And then there's absolutely whole food products. We have from the simple stuff to, I mean, from the most basic tofu blocks, I mean, to high protein, you know, fruit-based drinks, stuff like that. So it ranges, it's performance, and it's performance-driven, so adapting to phases of life and use cases on what the best kind of scientific literature gives us to work with.
George, you talked about biohacking communities rather than individuals, but what does that actually mean?
Yeah, I was also before food tech in web and mobile tech for like a decade as well, and it's really big in the community of optimizing yourself for sleep patterns, for performance, but I just thought for the sake of this, I wanted to take a step out and say how interesting it is that on a player level, everything is so structured and optimized, and then a bit of that spills over to the partners, the kids, and so on. But then, you know, there are entire communities around the football club, so why can't, in partnership with clubs, can't we build those rings of education, of food access, of availability of certain product types, and then just basically grow the ring around the players, to their families, to the fans, to the wider community. I think is a really interesting way for us as a company, but also for football clubs and communities to have huge impact.
Thank you. Thank you very much, George.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So let's move on. You are playing and let's say even partying as much as you recover. So recovery nowadays is very important, and how to do it fast as you can. tell us Artyom Rasalenko and Ivan Medvedev from company Unique. Guys, waiting for you. Hi.
Thank you very much. Good evening for everyone. Thanks everyone just to stay us here. Today we are going to show you the latest recovery technologies and to talk about how we can recover and how we can recover faster and better. Before we start, let me introduce myself. I am Artyom Rasolenko. I am a Chief Commercial Officer of UniQuip. I am Operations Director of a private wellness center which we launched in Cyprus. My expertise in launching and project management in recovery and wellness centers. I handle operations, I handle projects, I handle sales, partnerships, and I am responsible for business developments. Ivan, your turn.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ivan Medvedev. I'm a doctor. I'm a sport medicine doctor. I would like to say in advance, sorry for my English. It's not very well. I sometimes will look at my phone because in Cyprus it's very hard with practice English. I need to study Greek, so it's a reason. I will tell a little bit about me, about myself, about my experience with sportsmen, with football players. I worked with senior age academy team of Lokomotiv Moscow. It's one of the best academies in Russia, which provide a lot of professional players every year, not only for Russian Premier League, but also for the Europe teams. In academia, of course, we don't have a lot of good equipment. But after I worked in Kairat Moscow, it was the second team of the Kairat Almaty. I think everybody here knows about Kairat Almaty because they participated in Champions League together with Pafos this season. In Kairat Moscow, of course, it was a young team also, and we didn't have a lot of good equipment. But twice per season, we had pre-season training camps in Almaty. And when we came there, and when players went to the medical room and showed, our colleagues showed what they had, our players was shocked. They looked at the equipment and understood that they didn't see it never. When we worked at the camp, we worked 6 weeks twice, and when we returned to Moscow, around 2 weeks, nobody came in medical room. Because everybody understood that high-level equipment, it's another level than we have in Moscow. What I would like to say regarding it, any sportsman, any professional athlete, any football player, when they tried something very good, something high level, they will never want to try something worse. After Kairat, we opened a private medical center in Cyprus. We visited with Artyom a lot of exhibitions, a lot of conferences, and we tested and chose equipment. And now we can say that we have a lot of experience in this question. We can say that we definitely know where is the quality.
So I would like to add some few things. Could you please come back? That's yes, together use our synergy of sport medicine doctors and management skills. We run here as a wellness center, and on daily basis we have real customers, athletes, football players, tennis players, cyclists, and we see results. We know what works, what not, and before launching this center, we tested a lot of equipments, we tested a lot of methods, and we are here just to say you that we know about what we are talking about. So let's move on. Showing this slide, first of all, we would like to confirm the previous speaker number because it has already been shown. On the previous year, for the injuries, it has been spent over 667 million euros, but over 5 years, it has been spent 5.45 billion euros. You can see the timeline from 2020 and until 2025. This is the latest data from Howden Injury Research. It's a public data, you can check it. What we would like to say, just showing this data, there's 2 points. First of all, that injuries cost a lot, that's logically. And the second one, that the time that professional sportsmen are spending for recovery can take and can cost some money. And we know how to reduce this recovery process. And why we are here, this what we are calling biohacking, this what we are calling just, let's say, illegal doping, and this what we are going to show you. Ivan, could you please tell us what is biohacking?
I know the word sounds complicated, so let me give a more clear definition. Biohacking is the optimization of human's body function through the application of scientific advancements, modern technologies, and knowledge of physiology, guided by the standards of evidence-based medicine. In simple words, using proven science and real technology to help body work better and recover faster. What we can have in short terms and long terms benefits. You can see at the slide. Of course, in short terms, it's more faster recovery after loadings. Better sleep, improving sleep, it's 100%. We can have it with use our technologies. Nervous system, balance of nervous system of parasympathetic and sympathetic parts. In long terms, we can speak about reducing chronic inflammation, improve mitochondrial health, and also reduces thrombosis risk. And of course, we can improve exercise tolerance both in short and in the long terms. It is not promises. There are directions where evidence-based biohacking starting to show results.
So, on this slide is presenting our recovery technology stack. Before I start, I just would like to emphasize that all of this technology, of course, can help you to recover faster and better. And the main point that it can shift the focus from the healing to prevention. That is also important. And we are not going to show you that we have some magic pills which can help your players recover in one day. No, there is such fundamental things like physiotherapy, exercises, surgery, let's say, if needed. But we are here to say that we can make and boost the recovery process. Just quickly go through each of this equipment because further we will go deeper. The first of all is whole body cryotherapy, the power of cold. The second is multi-cryo-hacking system. This is a power of combination technologies. Flow system, the power of lymphatic drainage, and hyperbaric oxygen chamber, the power of pure oxygen under pressure. So, Ivan, could you please tell us a bit more information about from science?
In general terms, cryotherapy fights inflammation. MCS warms and prepares tissues. Flow systems drive circulation and clears waste. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy delivers oxygen deep into damaged cells, and together the full recovery cycle. That is why it is a system. Next, we will tell a little bit more regarding each.
So our flagship, this is cryo chamber, cryotherapy. We work with Art of Cryo. This is manufactured with over 30 years old of experience. It's a Germany manufacturer. You see on the slide the configuration with 2 chambers, -60 and -110, and this one especially we have in our private center. But there are plenty of configurations, single, double, triple, and even 4 chamber. But in our personal opinion, the double chamber is the best solution because it has proven benefits from technical and from medical side. From technical side, I will tell you that it has standby mode and 3-cascade compressor power. So what does mean standby mode? You don't need that this cryo chamber works 24/7. You can set your personal schedule that's, for instance, your center working from 10 and until 6, and only this time the chamber will work in full power. But on other time, the chamber will raise the temperature, and the temperature will set to the level which is needed just to make this chamber cold, and that's it. So together with a 3-cascade compressor, which affect on less compressor wears, its effect on efficient consumption of energy, and especially for Cyprus, it matters because together this combination works, and the energy consumption is less than in usual cryo chamber. But from medical perspective, it's also necessary to set -110. And I will tell you why.
Yes, in whole body cryotherapy, -110 is the gold standard. Going below -110 offers very little benefits, but while the risks and costs increases. So when choosing a device, -110 is the optimal reference point. There is simply no need to go colder. At -110, the body gets a powerful thermal shock. We train blood vessels and the endocrine system and boost metabolism. In the fresh big meta-analysis published 2025, included 11 randomized trials, was showed that cryotherapy significantly reduces interleukin-1 beta. It is a key inflammation marker. Also reductions in creatine kinase and LDH, especially after repeated sessions. One session, it is a start. A regular protocol is where the real benefit comes.
So just stand this way. This has premium safety because of German engineering, and what is most important that you don't need to defrost it on daily basis. Because of standby mode and because it has 2 chambers. Of course, every time the door is open, closed, the humidity is increased, and from time to time you need to defrost it. But not as fast like as a single chamber. Single chamber you need to defrost on daily basis. Here, -60 chamber will take everything, -110 stay on the India's necessary level, and it works beautifully. Between sessions, it needed only 5 minutes to get back to -110, and it works. So, and it also can be custom designed. You can choose Caprista steel. Caprista, by the way, it's a famous designer who does exhaust system for top cars like Lamborghini, Ferrari, and you can choose it and make it more wherever you want, make it more customs. Hemlock wood, lightning, everything, and especially we are speaking about professional recovery, and you can place it inside your football team club, but it's also possible to put it in your yachts, in your flat. We have such cases. And yes, it has built-on sound system, so this is the coldest karaoke room where have you ever been? Yes. The next one, multi-cryohacking system. This is a chamber which uses 7 technologies in one. It uses infrared warmth, light therapy, ionized air, active air exchange, aromatherapy, sound, and vibration platform. And all of this technology works like in combination. Each of them works separate time, this chamber has 8 pre-programmed protocols, and you can choose, depending on your goals, what you would like to have. For instance, you would like to have recovery, you would like to warm up before your training, you would like to have yoga, everything that you would like. And the main thing that it also can be custom designed. You can add your personal protocol. You can add how much time will lighting work, how much time will infrared warmth work, everything according to your personal protocol, if you have it. And yes, Ivan, tell us please how it works from medical perspective.
From medical perspective, we have 2 big trials. In 2019, it was a triple-blind randomized trial with high-level soccer players, and it was showed that infrared photobiomodulation before intense exercise significantly increased in VO2 max. It is a significant reduction in creatine kinase and interleukin-6. And the second very fresh 2025 year meta-analysis of 14 randomized trials was showed that photobiomodulation significantly reduces muscle damage markers in football players, performance improvement and faster recovery in the same technology.
So, and what I would like to add that it's also available in different configurations. Here on the slide you can see that this is for 1 person, but it can be designed for 3 and even for 4 persons, wherever you want. So let's move on. Flow system. This is new technology. This is controlled cycle of negative and positive pressure. And this technology can help you with lymphatic drainage, with recovery of your sportsmen after training, or it can help you recover yourself after long flying, for instance. And Ivan, just tell a few words from medical side how it works.
Yeah, flow system drives blood flow and lymphatic drainage. Clears metabolic waste after intense exercise. Refresh the legs after high intensity training is a dream of each player. And for players with high game loading, this is measurable support for longevity.
So just a quick explanation. This is the next level of lymphatic drainage. I think everyone knows, like trousers, compression trousers like Normatec, and this is the next level of such trousers, let us say. But if we compare to these technologies, using this technology, you will not feel anything inside. But and it matter when you after training your muscle damaged and or even you have some operations. This technology will help you to recover much better. It also has 30 pre-built programs depending on your goals. The session duration from 8 until 24 minutes. You just go inside, you can read, you can listen music, you can relax, and at the same time you will get your recovery. So the next one, hyperbaric oxygen chamber. We are working with one hype. Here is a representative of this company. He will go to the stage up next to us, and I think I will not steal his thunder. He will present himself better than I. What it is? This chamber which provides you pure oxygen under pressure. And Ivan, could you please tell us details how it works?
Yes, hyperbaric oxygen therapy means breathing pure oxygen under pressure. The blood carries much more oxygen to damaged tissue. We also have a big randomized trial with 41 elite athletes, which showed that after 10 sessions, what registered significant reduction in muscle damage markers and pain. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy is WADA approved, and we also see results every day. Everybody reports improved sleep. Everybody feel more energy during the day, and everyone finds their usual physical activities easier. Safe, and evidence is growing.
And what I would like to emphasize that this is smart hyperbaric chamber. It has smart protocols, and what does it mean smart? It means that it has pre-built protocols also depending on your goals, what you would like to have, deep healing or just recovery or anti-aging program. You can just click on one button and that's it. You don't need to adjust and set just pressure, etc. Chamber will take care of everything and will adjust pressure and adjust air depending on the program which you choose. And this is completely safe, this is weatherproofed. This is used for elite users, and this also what we have in our center. It's available in different kind of configurations. Here is for 4 seats. It's available for 1 seat, for 2. It can be customized, and it can be you can put inside the rowing machine. I will not tell about it more because Sat will come and tell that I'm wrong, but he will tell everything by himself if he wants. So we are coming to the end of our presentation. Let's move on. And summarize everything, what we would like to say you, that sportsmen, athletes, and especially all of us in this room needs recovery. And we just showed you today the latest, the top technology which can help you to recover faster, better, and be stronger. As I told you that we are not a theorists and we are not a, let's say, catalog company, we are practitioners. If someone is interested in our products, you can go to the link, you can scan QR codes, it will just direct you to our website, you can see more about our products, you can read about us. If someone interested also, we are open for the conversation after this presentation, and we can organize a private session to our wellness center just that you can try and feel what it is and what this equipment does. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Artyom. Thank you, Ivan. So you can ask the gentleman how much does it cost after our session. And so the last guest, but not least, we have a guest from UK, a company which have lots of connection with a strong list of connection of Premier League clubs, and even NASA. So here, Seth Rendown, CEO of One Hype Wellness, Biohacking and Human Optimization in Sports. Seth, nice to meet you.
Oh, wow. I look a lot younger in that picture, so... Okay. Firstly, thank you to everyone. I know it's quite late. I'll try not to repeat a lot of the stuff, but you probably will see some repeated slides. So, we're One Hype Wellness, and we'll come on to what that means. The 200 million athlete data secret. There's so many high performers here who work with a lot of elite athletes. What we're seeing right now, 5 or 6 clubs in Europe are streaking ahead with some of the data and some of the modalities they're using. We're a company born out of the US, and so we work heavily with American football teams and NBA teams. And what we're seeing, that adoption in 5 or 6 clubs is driving massive changes. We're seeing athletes worth 200 million euros. You see Isak from Liverpool, he's injured right now. How are we driving that recovery? We've seen some players yesterday, 17, 18-year-olds, be valued at that. The key thing is we track so much, but there's so much that's being left on the table. So who are we? We're One Hype Wellness. So we were funded by NASA to create modalities to help with astronauts and the military. What we've done is we've taken that data, taken that knowledge, and taken those experts to create the most forward-thinking, we say biohacking, but it's human optimization. Ultimately, we're all humans. Applying it to the military, applying it in elite performance, and applying it to astronauts allows us to understand how the human body works and how can we leverage that in sports. A little bit about myself. I'm a former trader at Goldman Sachs, failed footballer. So someone mentioned Brentford earlier. They cut me when I was 15, so you know that they're good with data because I was never good enough. So I snapped my leg and I was going to be amputated. And hyperbaric oxygen chambers helped save my leg. So ever since then, using the data that we know from my trading background, we've started to dive into real evidence-based modalities and how can we make a difference. The performance equation. Elite output, this is around performance potential and minimizing performance risk. But what does that mean? We know we want everyone to perform at their best, but that comes at a risk, like we're talking about. Everyone's talking about red zones and how do we appreciate muscle degeneration. What we've been able to create is the fact that we couldn't have a trade-off when we were working with the parties we were working with. We had to manage performance potential and make sure we didn't have performance risk or minimize it. And that's why we focused in on the modalities we have. Here's a couple of the people we work with, so Thiago Silva, Jorginho. I like these guys for a couple of reasons. One, if you know Thiago Silva's story, at the age of 24, he wasn't even going to continue to be a professional footballer, and he came back out of retirement. He's an incredibly humble, but very data-driven guy, and he's become a close friend of ours. Jorginho, again, anyone who saw him play for Napoli would never have doubted his ability. However, his first 18 months in the Premier League, people thought he was too slow. But he's shown through decision-making, through understanding where your body is, understanding how to position your body, scanning, all the stuff that we were talking about at youth level, how you can go on not just to play well, but to dominate a league. So again, these are just a couple of examples of people who trust us, and we'll come on to how they trust us and what we do with them. You'll probably going to see these slides, so I'll skip over them a little bit. Hamstring injuries, I think we need to see where everyone else got their stats from as well, because I'll have a word with my team. But in essence, 24% of injuries right now are hamstring injuries. 45%, or depending on who you listen to, 60% are soft tissue injuries. These can be minimized. And I really liked what Anna was talking about earlier. I know there's a few questions coming back and forth, but these can be minimized through multiple things. But one of the things we need to understand is your training load. The intensity in training, when you're measuring people's output, is 10 times more in a game. We can't stop people putting it in a game. Yes, we can manage training load, but you can't in a game. So what do we do? The cost of injury, 3.45 billion. We've said that stat 3 times across 3 presentations now, so hopefully that will stick. But you got 3.45 million, but the one I really want to talk about is the 271 days. In essence, that's one player lost for a season can equate to one position in the league. When we're talking about the difference between clubs breaking even, PSR in the Premier League, UEFA financial fair play rules, that one player or cumulative players of 10 players out for 27.1 days can cost you one position. So how do you minimize that whilst making sure the performance is great? We know that it's over 60 plus games. The World Club Cup, if you saw how many injuries Chelsea had between August to October, it was up by 24%. The load isn't going to come down. How are we going to manage that and still keep our best players on the pitch? Minutes, 5,500 plus. That's what players are playing right now. How are you going to manage that? What we're seeing is players are coming to us direct because they feel often that some of the clubs aren't embracing what they know they should be embracing. We're setting up players' houses with our kit, with some of the stuff that Artem and the guys spoke about, to help these guys manage their load but keep them on the pitch. And this is what makes a difference on 2 things. 1, they play better. 2, we minimize injury. And 3, we increase their potential to keep playing into their 40s. I think we can all guess on like one player who's still playing in his 40s, and he trusts us. We've set up his house. And the fact that we can set up his house, we know that that took a lot of hurdles to jump through to prove what we do as a company. And he's probably the best advert for longevity and keeping your body in the right place because he started that at 20, not at 38. So the average player now, and I know that running stat's probably going to go up now, but 10 to 13 kilometers, they make anywhere between 800 to 1,200 decisions and 250 intense actions. And intense action isn't a sprint. It could be a scan, it could be a jump, it could be a tackle. It could be multiple things. And this is what we're putting players through. We can't manage that in a game. So I think Paul was talking about when you're talking about gait analysis, but when are you making that sprint? How are you making that sprint? Which direction are you making that sprint? We work with elite boxers, there's Anthony Joshua there. However, the number of injuries he takes compared to the number of injuries that Gabriel Martinelli and Jorginho took is next to none. Because the uncoordinated movements that football requires from your body, it's incredible. So we need to try and manage this. And how will we go about doing that? Well, that's a very bold title. One AI. That's the future of performance, and that's who we are. Like I mentioned, we were funded by NASA to create modalities for astronauts in the military. Off the back of that, we have the largest clinical neuro database in the world. Over 100 times bigger than our closest competitor. So what we've been able to do is drive AI, real AI, to give you smart protocols, smart products. And we'll come on to that. So, world's largest clinical database, but this one is crucial, doctor-led smart protocols. One of the things that agents come to us and say, hey, the club is suggesting, because we're trusted now, the club is suggesting my player uses this hyperbaric oxygen chamber, it's a zip-up tent, should he use it? Candidly, no. The science is there to show you, anyone who uses a substandard hyperbaric oxygen chamber increases the level of CO2 in their bloodstream. Increases injury risk. Why would you put your player through that? However, decisions aren't being made from a point of knowledge. It's trends often. And some of the clubs, so we're under NDA, but you could probably guess, the last 2-3 days have been successful for us for multiple reasons. In the Champions League, one, I'm an Arsenal fan, so Tottenham are out, so that's good. But also, a lot of these clubs are embracing what we do. It's taken years to get this trust, but there's a big difference between using a modality and using the right modality. And that's where we come in. Our AI-driven database has created protocols specifically for our devices to give you the great outcome. Brain mapping and neurofeedback. I know everyone's already gone to try and get ready for the, for the gala dinner, but is everyone familiar with what neurofeedback and brain mapping is? Sorry, my eyes are terrible. Okay, well, I'll give you a brief overview. An MRI looks at the shape of your brain. An EEG looks at electrical pathways, similar to an ECG does for your heart. Each electrical pathway equates to observed behavior. My ability to learn a language, decode a language, learn a memory, decode a memory, all the way down to bladder control. Your brain's ability to do that is read by what we do. We can brain map you within 5 minutes and give you a blood test for your brain so you understand exactly where you are. But what does that mean for athletes? We're able to show you where your brain could think faster. Where does your brain go in stressed environments? We've all heard of these players, oh, he was incredible in training, but he couldn't do it on the game. But why is that? It's nothing to do with physical condition. It's about the player's ability to exhibit their skills under pressure. And that's what we had to do in the military. We had to give you the environment internally that could control what you can exhibit. Because we can't change what's around you, but we can help you control that and show your best. And that's what elite performance is. Giving you the skill set to exhibit your skills. And that's where brain mapping comes into it. I won't dive into it too long, I appreciate we don't have too much time, but you could probably read between the lines on a couple of people who used us. But what happens with neurofeedback, it's a live biofeedback loop to your brain. It's training your brain to think faster. So, for example, we may brain map a player, his focus might be slightly off. We can tell that for the way his electrical pathways work. You'll watch Netflix, watch YouTube, and every time you start to drift away from that desired state, you want to improve your focus, Netflix will blur, YouTube will crackle, and it will only come back when they come back to the desired state. It's a live rewiring of your brain. But why is that important? If we're talking about decision-making clarity, your ability to make decisions is driven by multiple things. But your ability to get into that state, clutch, is crucial. Anyone who's an American sports fan will know about Steph Curry. Steph Curry's shooting percentage is okay, but in clutch positions, it's incredible. Because it comes down to practice and brain training. His ability to stay in the zone is incredible. And that's what differentiates some of the best players ever. Looking around, we've got a few different age groups, but my favorite players are slightly randomly Dennis Bergkamp, Per Mertesacker, and Andrea Sharvin. Not just because I'm an Arsenal fan, but all three of them are able to show their skills in ways that I could never do, regardless if I had 1 million hours on the pitch. That comes down to decision clarity. Per Mertesacker will talk openly about it. He had a knee injury. Lars Leinhardt, he's a German neuro-athletic trainer, helped him get over that. It wasn't just a physiological thing, it was a processing thing. Processing speed between one eye would mean that he would actually lean in the wrong direction to get his stronger eye towards the ball when he should have been more in this direction. All these elements are what drives a player's ability to function. And we're leaving that on the table. Well, I say we, a lot of clubs. And the one that hurts me, probably Harry Kane, I really like as well, because at the age of 21, people didn't think he was going to be successful, and we can all see what he's doing. And he's embraced not our modalities all the time, sometimes other people's, but he really leans into this, talking about how from a neurological level, you can improve your performance. Actually, let me just come back. The interesting one down here is SMR. sensory motor rhythm. This is your ability to train your brain to help control your actual physical movements. This can be movements, voluntary control movements. So when someone coming up to take a penalty, you know that something's going to be nerves, someone getting up on stage. Being able to control those control and fine motor skills is crucial. We can literally train your brain to improve that. And this isn't new. This has been around for over 100 years. But it's our ability to train anyone to do it based on our software and hardware. That's what makes us different. So just jumping into hyperbaric oxygen chamber therapy. I think everyone knows about hyperbaric oxygen chambers. But one point I want to make before we skip on, not everything is built equal. When it comes to hyperbaric oxygen chambers, it's a case of elevated levels of oxygen at pressure. But how clean is your oxygen? In this room, we're all breathing 21% oxygen, maybe a little bit less, 78% nitrogen, 1% mixed gases. Great. You'll see these vents everywhere. These vents are making sure there's an air exchange. Yet we're putting $1 billion worth of assets into glorified tents where the air exchange is low. If you measured the level of CO2 in these guys' bodies as they come out, they're thinking that they're relaxed, they're tired. They've got elevated levels of CO2, muscle fatigue. There'll be an onset of long-term impact on muscle strength. Oxygen isn't made equal. Chambers aren't made equal. We've spent over 15 years building smart protocols that are able to oscillate the pressure and the oxygen to trigger hypoxic and hyperoxic shock. Without getting too technical, we trick your body into thinking that it's training at altitude, yet giving it the benefits of being in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Nobody else can do that. But that comes down to thousands and thousands of hours of research, technology, and impact. I don't know if anyone's got a nice watch, anyone's got a nice car, everyone lives in a house. You would not cut corners on that. Yet with these elite athletes, we're cutting corners based on sometimes budget, sometimes a lack of knowledge, but often it's a case of listening to the wrong people. I would have lost my leg if that happened. I'm not a doctor, but what I am, I'm very passionate about when people make claims that aren't true. It took us years to finally start making our own hyperbaric oxygen chamber because we just weren't happy it was in the industry. Like I was saying to Roman, there's much easier ways to make money than the path that I took. However, everything has to be done right, especially when we're dealing in elite sports. Photobiomodulation. So this is red light therapy. But again, not all red light is built equal. Forget us for a second. Red light therapy comes in red light to near infrared light, green light, blue light. Each one triggers a different physiological and neurological response. So putting an athlete just in front of a red light panel is not right. It's a little bit like going to a new cold plunge, but are we doing it at 15 degrees, 8 degrees, minus 110 in cryo? It's exactly the same. Understanding the nuance of what that light is doing. What is it penetrating? How is it penetrating it? What am I oscillating? What am I changing? Is what makes it smart. This is what we are implementing now. We've done it in clubs, but candidly, we've done it over 200 players' homes. People are taking this home and taking charge of their own longevity. And there was a lot of talk about agents and players. Agents have been fantastic for us. They're probably our biggest driver now because they understand the benefit of this. So without getting too technical, what we're doing is reducing muscle soreness. ATP reaction is literally the engine that fires up your cells, giving you that energy just by you sitting there. These three modalities are crucial across the board. If you're in a pressure situation, I can't teach you to run faster in that moment, but if I can make you think 20% quicker, you'll make a smarter decision. If I make you react faster, because physiologically, it's your brain giving a signal to your body to move. If my brain gives that signal to my body faster, it will move faster. This is the difference between championships. We do it in F1. Milliseconds count. And that's where football's moving to as well. So I'm conscious that I didn't repeat the first 6 slides because they'd already been spoken about, but the future's here. Clubs are doing it. We're doing it with clubs, for clubs. What we've done in the military, what we've done in NASA, we're doing it for clubs. And more importantly, players are just taking control of this themselves. And this is a case of we should all embrace this. The data that we get is incredible because we can help you train your brain and train your training specifically to give you better outcomes. All right, I tried to zoom through that as quick as possible. Yeah. Any questions? Sorry, my eyes are terrible. I think that's Oh, is that? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Can you use this?
Hi, love the presentation. It's awesome. You're a really good speaker.
Thank you.
So, you're selling the actual equipment? Is that what you're doing? Do you sell it as a package or individual things? Or, for example, I'm an agent.
Yep.
Some clubs that I have come to mind. Some players I have come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that normally work? Do you tailorize the different products? Where are they made? How does it work exactly?
Great question. So the products are made in Scotland. That's where most of our hardware is made. And San Diego. And we were literally just started production a couple of weeks ago in Dubai, but you can probably imagine that's on a little bit of a go slow. When it comes to players, it's a case of we'll work with the player to understand what they need. Because one of the key things with players is them wanting to use it. So I can speak about this openly. Brian Mbeumo, he's a great player for Man United. Man United have modalities at the club already, but the players don't like what they're using. So he's come to us and said, listen, this is what I want from a hyperbaric perspective, set me up. I'm not ready for light bed yet because I want to learn more about it. But he's got a performance coach. We've got other players who, okay, I want to just do a level of recovery, but I need it done in 30 minutes. That's all I'm willing to do. So we've set them up with a good cold plunge, a good red light, and potentially some other equipment that we work with the likes of Nomatech, etc. But it will really come down to the individual needs of the player, and then we'll set up protocols. So the Brazilian football market's huge for us, luckily, because of the work we do with Thiago. So we have a whole team in Chelsea that is multilingual that will set up protocols for the players based on what they need.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, I can see it.
Hello. Have you developed any science research in any journal, maybe scientific journal?
Yeah, we got multiple. So you can scan our QR code, or we can have a conversation afterwards. We can share that with you. Yeah, multiple. So across the board. So if we take the hyperbaric oxygen protocols, we've worked with the University of Michigan to create papers. We continue to do that, and with Yale. So I'm not sure if you saw earlier. I know you know what Yale is. I don't know why I'm skipping back, but with Yale, we did a lot of work with them to actually create these case studies. So yes, we have, yeah.
So that's all. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Seth.
Cheers, guys. I appreciate it.
Very
Thank you very much.
Wish you well with Arsenal this year. Maybe this is this exact year for you. Thank you. So thank you for your patience, for your energy. We finished today. We'll see you tomorrow. And please pay attention to our question about the sports for tomorrow. Chess, football, paddle. Because yes, we need some some things to do for tomorrow day. Please pay attention to this. So see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you.